Chapter 1445 Replenishing the Lord's Cultivation. Chapter 1445 Replenishing the Lord's Cultivation. 1445 Replenishing the Lord's Cultivation. After receiving Yuan's reassurance that the Empyrean overlord was unoccupied, Yuning took a deep breath before entering the sword. Wow, they weren't exaggerating when they said it was spacious inside a soul weapon. You can probably fit 1 or 2 major cities in here and still have room to spare. Yuning's surprised voice resounded a moment later. I'm glad you like it. Yuan smiled. What are you going to do now? Jiran asked. Since I've accomplished what I came here to do, I will leave this place and return to the 9 heavens, he said. And because it's been a long time since you guys last seen the world outside of the Shadow Realm, I won't immediately ask you to start working, Jiran. However, I also cannot delay it for too long. Honestly, I don't care if I have to immediately start working. After all, I am satisfied just knowing that I am no longer in the Shadow Realm, Jiran quickly replied. Yuan nodded. Let me leave this place and show you my world first. However, Yuan did not directly leave the Shadow Realm. Instead, he returned to the nearest city, where he logged off. Upon returning to Earth, Yuan immediately climbed to the peak of the Dragon Spiral Mountain to meet with the Lord. He met Leah halfway through the formation. I know you called in advance, but you couldn't have waited a few minutes for me? Leah complained with a slight frown on her face. Yuan smiled and said, I haven't cracked the formation yet, but I instinctively know the way to the peak after walking through this mist multiple times. Huh? Formations don't even work like that. Leah exclaimed with a look of disbelief on her face. Yuan shrugged and continued climbing the mountain. Sometime later, they arrived at the peak of the mountain, where the Lord was already prepared to meet them. I heard you had something urgent to tell me? The Lord asked. Yuan nodded and retrieved the Starry Abyss and Empyrean Overlord. Those are your soul weapons? Where are we? We were still at the Shadow Realm an instant ago. How did we end up here before I can even blink? Jiran and Yuning's bewildered voices suddenly resounded. In their eyes, they were in the Shadow Realm when their scenery suddenly flickered and changed to something completely new and unfamiliar. Calm down. This is Earth, my home world. Yuan explained the situation to them. The Earth? Already? I was expecting it to take some time, at least much longer than this. Jiran muttered in a dazed voice. Sometime later, Yuan said, Jiran, meet the Lord. Lord, this is Jiran, and he'll be helping you with your cultivation base from now on. The Lord approached the Starry Abyss with a look of wonder on his face. I don't have a name, but you may call me Shui. The Lord said, and he continued, I also cannot sense your presence or cultivation from out here. Jiran then introduced himself, my name is Jiran, and I used to be the sect leader of the Immortal Monastery before my body was destroyed by the Celestial Emperor and tossed into the Shadow Realm, where I spent countless years. I was at the 4th level of God Ascension during my peak, but I was reduced to the 1st level of God Ascension after spending so long in the Shadow Realm. The sect leader of the Immortal Monastery? I never would have imagined that such a renowned figure would still be alive in this day and age. The Lord exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. Oh? You know of me? Jiran sounded pleasantly surprised as well, as he didn't expect to be recognized by someone who wasn't from the primordial era. Of course. You were a prominent figure in the primordial era, also known as the Devil Hand Madman after single-handedly annihilating the maleficent devil cult. And as the 2nd sect leader of the Immortal Monastery, you led the sect to its peak, becoming a top 5 sect within the Divine Heaven. Although the Lord sounded like a fanboy, one must consider his point of view. In the Lord's eyes, he was speaking to someone who should have perished long ago and only existed in stories. Even someone as ancient as the Lord came into existence long after the primordial realm ended. He was no different than a baby if compared to Jiran or Yuning. Hee. I think we'll get along just fine. Jiran sounded a little prideful as he spoke. Omicron M, are you sure you want to immediately start working? Yuan asked him a moment later. Jiran nodded inside the Starry Abyss. It's fine, I can start working now. It's not like I have to do it without any breaks, as I will need time to replenish my exhausted spiritual energy afterward, anyway. Furthermore, although Shui is hiding it, he's actually in a lot of pain. His body is in a mess. I'm surprised he's managed to survive this long, much less support such a powerful formation for so long. Ji Ran spoke with deep admiration for the Lord's preservation and determination to protect Earth. Sometime later, the Lord sat on the ground and closed his eyes, seemingly going to sleep. Meanwhile, Ji Ran left the starry abyss and took the form of a middle-aged man before sitting behind the Lord. I will begin transferring my spiritual energy to you now. Ji Ran warned as he placed his palms on the Lord's back and began transferring his spiritual energy. A refreshed and relieved look immediately appeared on the Lord's face, resembling an old man who regained years of energy after soaking in a hot spring. I can do this for 5 days before I run out of spiritual energy. Ji Ran said a moment later. Yuan nodded, I will return before then. In the meantime, they'll show you Ning around this world. Not wanting to disturb them any longer, Yuan descended the mountain and returned to his living quarters. Chapter 1446 A New Era on Earth. Chapter 1446 A New Era on Earth 1446 A New Era on Earth. Upon returning to his living quarters, Yuan encountered Mei Feng waiting at the front door. Are you waiting for someone? Yuan asked her. Yes, I was waiting for you since I noticed you had left. Mei Feng nodded. Did something happen? Yes, but it's nothing bad, for now. Yuan frowned slightly upon hearing this and said, let's go inside first. Tell me everything. Once they were seated inside, Mei Feng spoke. The others are already aware of this, so you're the only one who is still out of the loop, unless Leah told you. He quickly shook his head. She didn't tell me anything. Mei Feng proceeded to show her palm to Yuan and continued to speak. Shortly after the system update, people noticed they could use the system even when they are logged out of. What? Yuan's eyes widened with shock after learning of this news. Watch this. The next moment, an item that resembled a storage pouch suddenly materialized out of thin air and appeared on Mei Feng's palm. We can bring certain items from to Earth now. This includes treasures, medicine, and most importantly, cultivation resources. The entire world's amid an evolution as we speak. Yuan sat there with a dazed expression on his face as he contemplated this new information. Sometime later, Yuan flipped his palm and retrieved a monster core that exuded the spiritual energy of a peak spirit grandmaster. It actually works. Then, without hesitation, he moved the monster core to his lips before swallowing it casually. Yuan could immediately feel his spiritual energy soaring, as well as his cultivation base. A few moments later, Yuan muttered, character status. Ding. Cultivation, 9th level spirit grandmaster. Bloodline, Immortal Monarch Bloodline, Physique, Heaven Refining Physique, Golden Immortal Physique, so it's a simplified version, huh? He looked at Mei Feng and asked, what's going on with the world now that this is possible? Well, for starters, those who have the capability started consuming powerful cultivation resources left and right, causing their cultivation base to soar. I believe the strongest cultivator is a spirit lord at the moment, which is a massive increase compared to before the system update, where the strongest cultivator was only a spirit master, not including you and the others. Yuan nodded and asked, what about Meishio and the others? They've decided to wait for you before deciding on anything. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and sighed, they shouldn't need to worry about me and do what they believe is right. And why didn't Leah tell me about this? She could have at least mentioned it before I left. Anyways, tell them to do whatever they want the next time you see them. I'll be leaving the Dragon Spiral Mountain for a bit. Where are you going? Mei Feng asked. It's been some time since I saw Yu Ro, so I'm going to give her a visit. Omicron M, are you going alone? Yes, I am going to fly straight there and back. Sometime later, Yuan asked, by the way, if we can bring things from the 9 heavens to Earth, can we also bring things from Earth to the 9 heavens? People have tried that but were unable to do so. Even the things that can be brought to Earth are limited, so we cannot bring anything we want. What's the limit? Treasures divine grade and above, as well as some of the more powerful cultivation resources. Hearing this, Yuan immediately tried to retrieve his divine-grade treasures, and sure enough, he was unable to. I guess they don't want us to progress too fast over here, but it doesn't mean things won't change in the future. We should also start preparing for this change. Who knows what people will start doing with their newfound strength. This world is too small for any cultivator nonsense, especially as the average cultivation increases. Compared to the 9 heavens, Earth's size was akin to a grain of sand in a desert. If cultivators started going crazy with martial techniques and powerful treasures, Earth wouldn't last long and would be destroyed even before the Lord's formation collapsed. How are the Cultivators Association and the governments around the world dealing with this change? He then asked. Well, they're trying to do something. Regulations are becoming stricter, and they're thinking of restricting everyone's cultivation base to a certain level so that we won't be able to do too much damage even if we tried, but I'm not sure how they'll be able to regulate that. It seems impossible. Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed. Looks like I have to speed things up and try to reconnect the 9 heavens and earth, but that will also have its own problem. I will speak with the Lord when I return. Let me see for myself what the world is like nowadays first. Mei Feng nodded and followed him outside. Stay safe, Yuan. It'll be a lot more dangerous out there now that everyone has access to powerful cultivation resources and treasures. You won't be as invincible as before. Mei Feng warned him. Yuan chuckled, well, see about that. Sometime later, Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord and jumped onto it before soaring into the sky, quickly disappearing from Dragon's Spiral Mountain. Wow! Although the spiritual energy in this world is pathetic, it has a very beautiful scenery. Yuning exclaimed in excitement as they soared through several cities. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and said, if we want to preserve these sceneries, we need to find a way to stop those with bad intentions from damaging them. Unfortunately, that is easier said than done. That is true. In fact, I can easily cover the entire world with my divine sense alone. This place is truly too small. If a fight between 2 spirit kings broke out, it'd be an environmental disaster. Yuning said. Unless they are insane, I doubt anyone would do anything too crazy, but then again, there are plenty of insane individuals out there. Yuan sighed. With the rapid changes happening on Earth, Yuan started pondering methods to keep his friends and family safe even in this new era. Chapter 1447 A Surprise Visit. Chapter 1447 A Surprise Visit 1447 A Surprise Visit. After flying for almost an entire day without rest, Yuan arrived at the Eternal Lotuses headquarters. The guards at the front gate were startled when he suddenly descended from the sky and landed before them. Who are you? Yuan greeted the female guards with a handsome smile and said, Hello, I am Yuan. I'm here to visit my little sister, Yuro. Yuan? The guards' eyes widened with surprise, but there was a hint of doubt in their eyes for some reason. Please give us a minute to notify Yuro. Wait. Yuan suddenly stopped them. I actually came here unannounced to surprise her, so if you don't mind, can you let me inside without notifying her? You can let Bai Lianhua know, though. Sure, wait a second. How do we know you're actually Yuan and not someone disguised as Yuan? One of the guards suddenly said with a doubtful frown on her face. For all we know, you could have consumed an appearance-altering pill. After all, medicine and pills are part of the things that people are now able to acquire through the system, so things such as appearance-altering pills are becoming more common on Earth. Yuan didn't anticipate being questioned in such a manner, feeling like he was still in. I'm not sure how you want me to prove my identity. How about my Cultivators Association ID card? Those can be faked, too. Yuan sighed, aren't you being a little too paranoid? I'm just trying to visit my little sister. As if. Player Yuan is at the top when it comes to stolen identity right now. And Yuro is also very popular with countless admirers. There are plenty of people who would disguise themselves as Yuan to get to her. In fact, it has happened before. Really? Yuan's eyes widened at this information, and he wondered when Yuro became so popular. If you can't prove your identity, you may scram before we escalate this. Hearing this, Yuan shook his head and proceeded to take out his cell phone. He dialed a number before putting it on speaker. Hello? Yuan? Bai Lianhua's voice resounded a moment later. Hey, sorry to bother you, and this will sound sudden, but I am outside your headquarters right now. Really? I'll be right there. Thanks. Yuan closed the call and silently stared at the female guards, their eyes as wide as saucers. It was completely silent, with neither of the guards uttering a single word until Bai Lianhua showed up. Yuan. Bai Lianhua rushed in front of him with a strong urge to embrace him, but she managed to control her emotions at the last second. You should have notified me earlier so that I could have called for you, Ro, as well. Yuan shook his head and said, I actually wanted to surprise her, so I am glad you didn't. Come, I'll bring you to her. He nodded. Wait. The female guards suddenly stopped them. What is it? Bai Lianhua asked, unaware of their circumstances. Meanwhile, Yuan spoke with a calm smile on his face. Don't worry about it. You were just being diligent. Keep up the good work. Did something happen? Bai Lianhua looked at him with raised eyebrows. No, nothing at all. If you say so. However, Bai Lianhua silently glared at the guards, almost as though she was trying to tell them that she would question them later. Once they entered the gates, Bai Lianhua brought Yuan straight to Yu Rao's room. She changed rooms? Yuan asked as they walked in a different direction. Yes. She was recently promoted, so she gets to live in her own room instead of sharing it. She's a hard worker. Looking at your progress, I can say the same to you. Yuan smiled. At a glance, Bai Lianhua's cultivation was actually at first-level Spirit Lord. This is mostly because of the treasures you left behind for my family, she said with a somewhat bashful smile. Speaking of your family, is everything okay for you guys? Are the other families bullying you? He asked. A bittersweet smile appeared on Bai Lianhua's face as she suddenly stopped walking. She turned around to look at him and sighed. Since we refused to partake in that event where they ambushed you, they've been blaming us for several things. It's nothing we can't handle, but the pressure on us has been increasing lately because of the system update. Everything is a mess nowadays. How are they pressuring you, if you don't mind me asking? He inquired for more information. They're mostly messing with our business and bullying our faction with challenges. We've been bumped down a few ranks because of that. Oh, right. A faction can challenge another faction to friendly matches to increase their rank. I forgot this system existed since we've never been challenged before. Who in their right mind would challenge your demon sealing faction? However, things might change soon with everyone increasing their cultivation much quicker. I'll keep that in mind. Bai Lianhua then said, anyways, you don't need to worry about us. We can deal with some bullying and they'll eventually stop. Yuan nodded, don't hesitate to come to me if you need help. Of course. They resumed walking shortly after and quickly arrived at Yu Rao's new room, which was located right in front of a small but beautiful fish pond. Yu Rao, you have a guest. Bai Lianhua knocked on her door. The door opened a moment later and a beautiful young lady in a somewhat messy appearance showed her face. You've grown up, Yu Rao. Brother? What are you doing here? I've come here to visit you. Why didn't you call me beforehand? I am not prepared to meet you. Give me a minute. Yu Rao suddenly went back inside her room and even slammed the door on them. Her actions left Yuan speechless. Several minutes later, Yu Rao returned with her hair neatly combed, a cute dress, and a subtle touch of makeup adorned her face. Brother. What a surprise. When did you arrive? Yu Rao greeted him with a bright smile, acting like their meeting a few minutes ago never even happened. You've grown up, Yu Rao. Yuan repeated with a stiff smile on his face. Chapter 1448 The Plan to Protect Earth. Chapter 1448 The Plan to Protect Earth 1448 The Plan to Protect Earth. After successfully controlling her emotions for 2 seconds, Yu Rao stopped caring and jumped at Yuan with her arms wide open, embracing him tightly. I've missed you, brother. You should visit me more often, she complained. Sorry, I've been incredibly busy lately, but I'll try to visit you more often. I don't believe you. You said you'd visit me soon every time we spoke on the phone, but this is your first time showing up. Yuan puffed her cheeks and complained. Yuan fell silent. Brother Yuan? Let's talk inside. I have something important to tell you. By Lianhua, you should join us. Yuan said with a serious expression on his face. Yuan swallowed nervously when she saw his expression. She quickly released him from her embrace and silently nodded before entering her room. Just call me Lianhua. By Lianhua said as she followed Yuan inside. Yuan entered last and closed the door behind him. Once they were all seated, Yuan took a deep breath and started explaining the situation to them. As you probably already realized by now, isn't simply just a game. The 9 heavens truly exist somewhere in this universe, and our world, Earth, used to be part of the 9 heavens. However, after a certain incident, we were split from the 9 heavens and drifted away. When a world lacks spiritual energy, it will naturally collapse. Fortunately for us, we have an expert in this world who has the capabilities to support this world with his cultivation base through a powerful formation that surrounds Earth, and he has been doing so for millions of years. Unfortunately, due to which transfers our soul from Earth to the 9 heavens and back every time we log in or off, it has caused irreversible damage to the formation. If this formation is destroyed, the Earth will cease to exist as well. What? Wait a second, Yuan. This is too much information to digest. Are you telling me that our world is ending soon? Bai Lianhua exclaimed, her face filled with shock and fear. I know it's a lot of information, and yes, the world is at risk of being destroyed. However, you don't need to worry, as I have managed to find a way to prevent it for now. That's why I have been so busy lately, Yuan. Unbelievable, to think you've been trying to save the world. I cannot even begin to imagine the burden on you. I'm sorry for getting mad at you just now. Yuan was on the verge of crying after learning the truth. So the world is safe from destruction now, correct? Bai Lianhua asked for clarification. He nodded, yes, but only for now. It's just a temporary fix, and with the recent changes, I'm worried it might affect the formation even more. Moreover, our world is too small to have spirit lords, much less spirit kings that will appear sooner or later. The room fell silent. Bai Lianhua then said, regarding the cultivation situation, the Cultivators Association and governments around the world have already begun working together to prevent cultivators from doing too much destruction. This information is only known to the top legacy families, but they plan on restricting everyone's cultivation inside cities to Spirit Master. And how do they plan on doing that? Yuan inquired. They have recently created a device that can forcefully restrict a cultivator's cultivation to a specific level, and they plan on using it soon. I don't know when they'll be in service, but the device should be undergoing rigorous testing as we speak. Yuan narrowed his eyes and began pondering after hearing this information. I just thought of a great idea. He muttered. What? Instead of waiting years for these devices, I can simply replace them with arrays and formations. Formations. You know how to create formations? Array masters are rare even in Cultivation Online. Bai Lianhua said. I do, but I am nowhere near experienced or powerful enough to cover the entire Earth, so I will have to start studying arrays more seriously now. Even if you could achieve such a feat, do you really think it's a good idea to restrict everyone's cultivation base? Yuan asked. Hearing this, Yuan sighed. I am aware of how oppressive and controlling it may sound, but this is for the best for everyone in our world. Forget about spirit kings, a fight between 2 spirit lords could already easily destroy a city. We didn't have this issue before because it was impossible to reach spirit lord with the resources available on Earth, but now that we can acquire and use cultivation resources directly from 9 heavens, it will only be a matter of time before we have an abundance of spirit lords and even spirit king. Moreover, this isn't something new, as such a system already exists within the 9 heavens. Think about it. Spirit kings are forbidden to exist within the lower heaven without special permission, and those who manage to reach Spirit King in the lower heaven are forced to ascend to the next realm, where it's large enough to accommodate their prowess. This sort of rule exists for a good reason. If we don't want Earth to be destroyed by insane people or by accident, we can only restrict everyone's cultivation so that it becomes impossible to do so. And in the future, when we reconnect Earth with 9 heavens, we can continue following their system, so anyone that wishes to increase their cultivation past the limit could continue doing so in the 9 heavens. That sounds like a good plan. Bai Lianhua nodded. I can't believe we're making decisions that will affect the entire world in my room, and with just the 3 of us. Yuan muttered in a dazed voice after coming to this realization. Yuan chuckled. The Cultivators Association and governments around the world have the same plan. We're just going to make it more reliable and protect every inch of the world. Now it's only a matter of who finishes first, their devices or my study. Chapter 1449 Possessing Yuan's Body. Chapter 1449 Possessing Yuan's Body. 1449 Possessing Yuan's Body. Wait a second, Yuan. While we can restrict everyone's cultivation bases, what about their weapons? Are there formations that can prevent people from using treasures that are too powerful? Bai Lianhua asked. Powerful treasures will require more spiritual energy to use. If we limit the cultivation base enough, it would automatically restrict their weapon usage, as well. Then what should the cultivation limit be? Spirit Grandmaster? Spirit Master? Yuan then asked. Yuan took a moment to ponder before responding. I believe limiting everyone to Spirit Grandmaster should be more than enough. If that's still too much or too little, we can always adjust the limit in the future. Now let's just hope that Earth will last until you can create these formations. Bai Lianhua sighed. If you want, I can create the formation immediately. An unfamiliar voice to Yuan and Bai Lianhua suddenly resounded. Yuan turned to look at the Empyrean Overlord, which head laid against the wall, and asked, Are you an array master, Yuning? Yuning? Yuan and Bai Lianhua turned to look at his sword with raised eyebrows. She's a soul from the 9 heavens. Due to circumstances, she's currently occupying my sword. Yuan gave them a brief explanation. Yuning responded the next moment, Indeed, I am an array master. In fact, I am a level 7 array master. And you can create a formation that will cover the entire Earth? Bai Lianhua asked. Of course. Your world is extremely small, even tiny, after all. The 9 heavens have villages larger than your world. It won't take any effort for someone with my cultivation base to cover this entire world. However, since I am only a soul, it will be a little tricky, as souls don't have the capability to create formations. Then how are you going to create the formation? Yuan asked. I will use a medium. So you're going to possess someone? It sounds bad when you put it that way, but yes, it'll require me to take control over another body. However, it cannot be just anyone since their body needs to be able to withstand my soul. Yuan pondered a moment before pointing at himself. Am I qualified to be your medium? You definitely qualify, but do you trust me enough to lend me your body? She asked. Well, what can you do once you take control of my body? Any side effects? A lot can be done, honestly. I can move it as though it's my body and even temporarily transfer some of my cultivation to you, but that's pretty much about it unless I forcefully destroy or consume your soul. If I consume your soul, it'll acquire your memories and secrets. If I destroy your soul, it'll permanently acquire your body. Though, you don't have to worry about me messing with your soul since I won't be able to do anything to you, who possess 3 soul weapons, each housing a powerful soul. If you still don't trust me, I can swear another heavenly oath. Oh, and there aren't any side effects as long as I don't spend too long in your body. It typically takes weeks if not months to see any side effects, and I will only be using your body for a few minutes. Yuan nodded his head and said, I understand. And there's no need for an oath. I trust that you won't try anything funny. You may be an immortal, but your soul isn't strong enough to do anything even if I let you. When do you want to create the formation? Yuning then asked, not questioning how a mortal's soul could be stronger than an immortal's soul. Can you make it so that certain areas or specific individuals in this world aren't affected by the formation? Yuan then asked. Of course. Great. Then let's create the formation now. As for the exceptions, you can decide who to exclude from the formation's power later. Since I will be using your body to create the formation, you will be its creator, meaning you will have full control over it. Yuning interrupted. All right. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Whenever you are ready. Yuning took a moment to prepare herself before leaving the Empyrean Overlord and entering Yuan's body. A chill traversed Yuan's body when Yuning entered his body. Of course, Yuan could sense every movement and action made by Yuning while she was inside his body. Omicron M, I will now try to take over your body. Please don't resist, as this will only make things difficult for both of us. Yuning's voice echoed inside his head. Okay. A few moments later, Yuan slowly opened his eyes, but it was not Yuan in control. Yuning had successfully taken over Yuan's body. She took a moment to inspect Yuan's body out of curiosity and was immediately overwhelmed with shock and fear by what she saw and felt from his body. Heavens! What kind of heaven-defying body is this, Yuan? Not even immortals have such a powerful physical body. Yuning became increasingly terrified as she realized how powerful Yuan was, and this was without taking into account his martial techniques. Once she was finished admiring Yuan's body, Yuning transferred some of her cultivation base to Yuan, causing his cultivation to skyrocket all the way to Spirit King. Huh. How weird. For some reason, I cannot increase my cultivation any higher than Spirit King. With my cultivation base, I should be able to help you reach Divine King easily. Yuning muttered in a dazed voice after experiencing this weird phenomenon. It has something to do with my physique. Are you unable to create the formation with my current cultivation? Yuan asked. No, this is enough to create the formation, but you'll need to reapply the formation every year if you want to keep it active. That's good enough for now. Then I will start making the formation now. Yuning started creating perfect array symbols with extreme speed, filling the room with tens of thousands of them in seconds. Chapter 1450 Godlike Body. Chapter 1450 Godlike Body 1450 Godlike Body, wow, it's so beautiful. Yuro muttered in a dazed voice as she was quickly mesmerized by the golden array symbols filling up the room. Lianhua, on the other hand, was shocked at the speed at which Yuning was forming the array symbols. She had seen array masters at work several times but none of them were even a small fraction of Yuning's speed. Naturally, the array masters that Lianhua saw were at most level 1 or level 2 array masters. They were simply incomparable to a level 7 array master. In fact, it would be disrespectful to Yuning to do so. For the next 15 minutes, Yuning continuously created array symbols without stopping even for a split second, and Yuan's body was soaked in sweat by the end. Once finished, she combined all the symbols and shot them toward the sky. The symbols flew right through the ceiling and quickly disappeared behind the clouds. A few seconds later, the symbols exploded, quickly covering the entire world with a transparent veil that could only be sensed by level 6 and above array masters. Yuning immediately fell to her but afterward and gasped for air. Brother! Yuan! Yuro and Lianhua rushed to his side with worried expressions. However, Yuning was still in control and said, he's fine. He's just a little weak after exhausting his spiritual energy. Yuan would return your control now, but it might be dangerous to do so while you're exhausted, so I will restore some of your spiritual energy first, if you don't mind. I don't mind. Yuning nodded and corrected her position before absorbing the spiritual energy around them. A few seconds later. Heavens! What is this cultivation speed? When Yuning realized how much spiritual energy she was absorbing with almost zero effort, she was so shocked that she nearly lost control over Yuan's body. It's so easy cultivating in this body. It was so easy that Yuning wondered if she could sleep and cultivate simultaneously in Yuan's body. This is a godlike body that would make even gods jealous. Was he born with this body, or did he temper it to such a state? Yuning felt her borders widening after cultivating in Yuan's body, experiencing what it felt like to be a frog in a well again after countless years. If she were born with such a heaven-defying body, she would have easily achieved Cultivation God with the same amount of time it took her to reach 4th level God Ascension. With such an amazing body, even an immortal like Yuning couldn't help but have thoughts of coveting it. Unfortunately, she knew that any attempt to steal Yuan's body would be in vain, so she swiftly tossed away those unhealthy thoughts. I may not be able to have his body for myself, but as long as I follow him, it may be possible to taste it in the future. A few minutes later, Yuning completely replenished Yuan's depleted cultivation base even before she realized it. I will leave your body now, Yuning said in a dejected voice, sounding heartbroken because she could no longer experience Yuan's godlike talents. After leaving Yuan's body, she immediately flew back into the Empyrean Overlord. She continued speaking the following moment, although I have created the formation, I have yet to activate it. You can do so whenever you feel like it. Thank you for your hard work. Yuan lifted his head to look at the ceiling and continued, I will activate it when I return to the Dragon Spiral Mountain and speak with the Lord. What should we do now? Yuro asked. I was going to walk around the city with you, but if you're busy, I won't bother you. There's no way I would be busy when you're here, Yuro quickly said. Her schedule consisted mostly of training and cultivation, and she wasn't going to waste time doing any of that when her dear brother was visiting for the first time in a long time. I'll let your teacher know that you won't be able to attend training. Thank you. By the way, how long do you plan on staying here? Yuro asked. I was planning on staying for a day or two, but I can stay longer if you want. You still have a lot of things to do in Cultivation Online, right? As much as I want you to stay longer, I won't take up too much of your time, especially when you're trying to save Earth. Yuro turned to look at Lianhua and continued, do you want to come with us, senior sister? Yuro knew how much Lianhua fancied Yuan, so she purposefully asked for her presence. However, Lianhua refused her offer and said, thank you for asking, but I will have to decline. Maybe next time, since I don't dare to intrude on your family time. I also have a lot of work to do. If you say so. Yuro nodded and didn't say anything else. Yuan left the building with Yuro shortly after. The two of them walked around the city and dined at many of the highest-rated restaurants in their city. It's been so long since I've gotten the chance to relax like this. Yuro sighed as they exited their third restaurant. Yes, it feels like thousands of years ago, Yuan muttered with a profound expression on his face. When he acquired Xianxia's memories, he essentially had to experience Xianxia's entire life again, and since it was done recently, it felt like thousands of years had passed for Yuan since he met Yuro, hence why he suddenly decided to visit her. Yuro noticed something was a little different about Yuan, but she couldn't pinpoint what exactly and just thought it was because of his burdens. He's saving the world without most of the world knowing. He's probably putting on a brave face to not worry me. If only there were something I could do for him, she sighed inwardly. Chapter 1451 Simply Curious. Chapter 1451 Simply Curious 1451 Simply Curious. After spending nearly the entire day touring the city without any disturbance, their peace was finally broken when someone on the street recognized them. Hey. Look over there. Isn't that player Yuan? Someone there suddenly blurted out loud in the busy street. This single sentence caused nearly every head there to turn left and right until they also noticed Yuan. Holy shit. It's actually him. Are you sure that's really him? What if he's another imposter and only pretending to be player Yuan with an appearance-altering pill? That's what I thought at first, but look at that pretty lady beside him. That's Yuro, his little sister. What if she's also an imposter? Who would be insane enough to put so much effort into pretending to be player Yuan? You have no idea, due to the changes in the world, it became a common habit for many to doubt the identity of influential people, especially player Yuan, who was at the very top of the list of celebrities nowadays. In fact, it was a miracle that had managed to spend an entire day with Yuro without being noticed. Are you really player Yuan? Please tell me you're not fake. Can I have your autograph, please? I am your #1 fan, player Yuan. Please shake my hand. Nearly everyone on that street rushed to meet Yuan, instantly encircling him and Yuan. Ah. I should have worn my mask. Yuan sighed. This is why I rarely come outside nowadays. Yuan shook her head. Her popularity and fame had reached heaven long ago just by being Yuan's little sister. While she has her own accomplishments and charms, they paled in comparison to being his little sister, blood-related or not. Yuan, grab my hand. Yuan's voice suddenly resounded in her head. She didn't question it and immediately grabbed his hand. The next moment, both of their figures began levitating off the ground and hovered above the surprised crowd. He's flying. He's definitely the real player Yuan. That doesn't prove anything. Anybody can reach Spirit Grandmaster nowadays with enough money. Fuck, how can someone be this distrustful? I wouldn't be surprised if you doubt your own identity. Yuan ignored the crowd and flew away with Yuan, quickly disappearing from the rowdy scene. This reminds me of that one time when we sneaked outside to play at a nearby park, only for you to be recognized by someone. If we hadn't started running immediately, your fans would have surrounded us. In the end, we'd only managed to play less than 5 minutes at that park. Yuan chuckled as she recalled some of her earlier memories. Yuan smiled and said, I also remember being scolded to hell and back for that little stunt. After a moment of silence, Yuan muttered, our parents. I wonder where they are now and what they have been doing since they disappeared from our lives. What about you, brother Yuan? Do you often find yourself wondering about them? Hearing her question, Yuan responded calmly and detachedly, to be completely honest, I haven't thought of them even for a split moment since our last meeting. However, now that you mention them, I guess I am a little curious about their whereabouts. But don't misunderstand. I am simply being curious, not caring. Hearing no response, Yuan shifted his gaze to look at Yuan, who had an air of melancholy around her, alongside a pondering expression on her face. If you're worried, I can try looking for them. I am not worried about them. They are terrible people who don't deserve to be cared about. Yuan exclaimed with a look of denial on her face. Yuan smiled and said, it's okay if you do. I won't blame you or hate you for it. After all, they are still your parents by blood. However, Yuan adamantly shook her head and said, I truly am not worried about them, brother Yuan. Just like you, I am simply curious about their situation. After a brief moment of silence, she continued, though, perhaps deep within my soul, I still have some feelings for them. Yuan chuckled, it won't take too much effort to look for them. There is only so much space for them to hide in this tiny place, after all. It's fine, really. If we are fated to encounter each other again, we will definitely see them in the future. I will leave it to fate. Fate, huh? Yuan muttered in a low voice and didn't say anything else. The two of them remained quiet until they returned to the Eternal Lotuses headquarters a few minutes later. As they drew nearer to the headquarters, Yuan noticed that it was a little rowdier than usual during this time of the day. There's so many people gathered at the front gate. Something must have happened. Yuan pointed at the group of people standing outside the front gate with a worried frown on her face. Yuan stopped their movements and hovered in the sky to learn more about the situation before sticking their noses into it. At a glance, there were two distinct groups, with Lianhua leading one and a robust young man leading the other. They appeared to be in a heated conversation. Are you going to continue hiding in your headquarters forever, Eternal Lotuses? Our fiery Locust swarm challenged you to a ranking match. Since we are ranked lower than your faction and within 10 ranks, you must accept it, or Eternal Lotuses will automatically lose its current rank to us. The person in front of one of these groups shouted out loud. Lianhua sneered in response, if you want to talk about hiding, why don't you tell your master to get out of her hole and come face us personally instead of sending a bunch of goons to my front door? You're dirtying our beautiful home with your unwanted presence. Looks like the fiery queen is messing with us again. Yuan sighed after understanding the situation. Fiery queen. Yuan mumbled as he held a pondering expression. Chapter 1452 Unlimited Money. Chapter 1452 Unlimited Money 1452 Unlimited Money. Since it's already late, we will leave for now and give you another night to think through it, by Lianhua. If you do not give us a response by tomorrow evening, we will put in an official request with the Cultivators Association. If you don't respond or show up to our challenge, your faction's rank will drop by another 10 ranks. How many ranks have your faction already dropped these past few months? 30? 40? Ha ha ha. The robust young man laughed out loud as he pointed at the Bai Lianhua and the others. Both choices will require us to participate in the ranking match, you shameless bastard. Yeah. Do you think you can start bullying us because you have the other family's support? If you want a fight, you've got it. Senior sister Bai, let's teach these bastards a lesson. Bai Lianhua merely shook her head in silence before turning around and walking back into their headquarters. Seeing this, the fiery locust swarm left shortly after. Once things calmed down and everyone returned to their residence, Yuan descended with Yu Rou and went to find Bai Lianhua. Welcome back. Did you enjoy your day? Bai Lianhua said with a smile after seeing them, acting like the drama at their front gate had never even happened. Senior sister, we saw what happened at the front gates. Yu Rou went straight to the point. Oh, sorry you had to witness that, Yuan. Bai Lianhua sighed. Fiery Queen sent those people to challenge your faction? Why? He asked. Just to provoke and mess with us, I suppose. Our families have been rivals for generations, even long before we attained our current position, so we've been butting heads with each other for as long as I can remember. However, they have never been this aggressive before. I guess what happened last time had triggered something in Fiery Queen. So I am partially responsible for this? Yuan muttered with a bittersweet smile. What? Of course not. But it is true that I flipped that trigger. And who told Fiery Queen to conspire against you with the other families? She's 100% responsible for her own actions, so don't you dare blame yourself for this, okay? I understand, but I have to ask, what are you going to do now? From what I've seen, it seems like you don't want to fight them, even if it'll affect your ranking. Why? Are you not confident in defeating them? Eternal Lotuses should be pretty high up in the rankings, right? I doubt you've achieved such a rank without proper qualifications. You're right, we've managed to reach the top 10 in the world. However, that was before the system update. Now that people can acquire cultivation resources from, we've been surpassed by many factions, as we do not have the resources to feed all of our members with treasures. Bai Lianhua sighed. And before you say anything, let me explain. While it's true that my family is quite resourceful, enough to increase all of our members' cultivation to remain in the top 10, I promised myself that I would not rely on my family's resources to assist my own faction. I created the faction because I wanted to achieve something with my own capabilities, after all. Most of our funding comes from my own wallet, which I earn through my own effort, and while I can afford a few treasures here and then, it's not nearly enough to keep our faction in the top 10 any longer. Moreover, the Bai family has another faction, which is being led by its patriarch, my father. Even he does not have the resources to fund two large factions at once. I didn't know you funded the faction alone. That's very impressive. Yuan said. Bai Lianhua shook her head and said, while that was true in the beginning, and I still contribute about 75% of our overall funds, the others are also contributing to the faction by donating some of their own earnings from Cultivation Online. It's a group effort, so I cannot claim all of the credits alone. What about the Demon Sealing faction? How are you guys being funded? Yu Rou suddenly asked. Well. Yuan had to ponder for a minute before responding, honestly, I am not sure. Mei Xiu used to handle all of the faction's affairs, but she was replaced by her mother, who handles everything now. The other members are fully capable of funding their own cultivation, and they've never approached me for funding. While I do assist them with treasures and techniques here and there, I don't think it would have made too much of a difference in their growth. With that said, we're not your ordinary faction, so we don't have the same routine as most. What about their cultivation techniques? Do you all cultivate the same techniques as we do? Bai Lianhua asked. No, we all have our own cultivation technique. Besides Mei Xiu and Chu Liuxiang, I had nothing to do with how they acquired their techniques. Really? Even though you can acquire as many techniques as you want for free? Yu said with a doubtful look on her face. Huh? What do you mean by that? Lianhua looked at Yu after hearing her words. Yuan answered with a smile, I have some connections with the owner of myriad of techniques, and I can pretty much take any technique from there without paying. You what? Lianhua nearly fell off her chair after hearing this shocking information, and you can share these techniques with others. She then asked. Yes. Are there any limits? Not that I know of. I can even sell them if I want. That's ridiculous and totally unfair. You essentially have unlimited money. Lianhua stood up in sheer shock. Yuan chuckled and asked, Not really. I don't want to break the economy by selling too many techniques. He continued after a slight pause, Do you want some techniques? I can donate some to your faction. Lianhua's eyes widened with disbelief after hearing his offer. After a moment of silence, she sighed, As much as I want to, I cannot accept your offer. That'd be no different from relying on my family's wealth. Yuan shook his head and said, You don't have to be so strict with yourself. You're just going to hinder yourself at this rate, not to mention your members. And you've already done more than enough and proven your own capabilities. Nobody would blame you for needing assistance now, nor is it shameful. Even if you say that. Lianhua turned silent with a serious, pondering expression on her face. Chapter 1453 Faction War. Chapter 1453 Faction War 1453 Faction War Although I don't want to admit it, he's right. Because of my stubbornness, our faction has been declining for the past several months, and our overall morale has dipped. The others say that everything is fine, but they're probably doubting my ability to continue leading Eternal Lotuses effectively. Lianhua sighed inwardly as she pondered her own faults. I have already managed to bring my faction to the top 10 of the world through my own efforts. I wanted to reach first place, but there's only so much a single person to do, especially considering the current world circumstances. She turned to look at Yu, who sat there with a calm expression, and asked, What do you think of your brother's proposal, Yu? I think this isn't a decision for me to make, even if it's my brother's offer, she quickly replied. I know, I am just asking for your input. What do you think about our faction's current standing? Yu nodded, her face serious, and said, Our faction is struggling, even though everything appears normal at a glance. My fellow sisters are feeling frustrated because we're being bullied without the ability to retaliate. The fact that nobody was able to bully us before makes that feeling much worse. I understand that senior sister has her own pride and ambitions, but please reconsider accepting my brother's help. I think we need it, and it'll recover our fellow sisters' morale. Even though Lianhua was already aware of everything Yu had mentioned, it still felt bad to hear it coming from another person's mouth. Lianhua sighed, You're right. I am often told that I have a stubborn personality. Sorry if I've been such a useless leader. Please, senior sister, don't call yourself useless. You're anything but useless. She shook her head and said, A leader that cannot protect their own faction is useless in my eyes. Then, she turned to look at Yuan and said, Okay, I will accept your generous donation, but I won't accept it for free. With that being said, I don't know how to repay you, so let's just put it on my tab for now, if you don't mind. Yuan nodded while chuckling, Sure, I don't mind. And since I don't know what techniques would benefit you the most, they'll bring you to the myriad of techniques so that you can pick them for yourself. But aren't you in the fourth heaven, brother? Yu asked. Yeah, so? If you think we can't meet because of that, I can simply just go back down to the third heaven. Wouldn't that cost you a tremendous amount of resources? Most people who have ascended aren't able to descend, mostly for that reason, Lianhua said. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Although he had never tried descending before, he always assumed it would be free for some reason. Now that I think about it, I probably thought it was free since I am the master of the stairway to heaven, but that might not be the case for others. I have never tried descending before. How much does it typically cost to descend? He asked a moment later. It all depends on how far you're traveling and your cultivation base, but it typically costs millions of spirit stones per realm. Bai Lianhua said. That is pretty expensive. Yuan mumbled after learning this number. Bai Lianhua sighed. It's fine, Yuan. I appreciate you trying to help, but it's not worth it if you have to spend so much money. Yuan smiled and said, who said I need to pay to descend? However, even if I have to spend some resources, a few million spirit stones aren't an issue for me now. I still have a lot of trash to sell, after all. Trash. Bai Lianhua and Yu Rou raised their eyebrows. Knowing him, even divine-grade treasures might be considered trash in his eyes. Then when do you want to do this? Bai Lianhua said a moment later. We can do it right now. Actually, I am currently in a weird location, and it might take me a while to return. I will contact you when I am prepared to descend. Yuan sighed. He forgot that he was currently in the Shadow Realm, and even if he immediately left, he still needed to travel to the stairway to heaven, which would take a few days. It's okay, you can take your time. Even if the fiery locust swarm challenges us to a fight tomorrow, it'll take some time to schedule it, usually 1 to 2 weeks. How are you going to deal with them? Yuan then asked. Well, deal with them how we dealt with the others, by facing them. We won't run away even if we are destined to lose. Yuan nodded, and he continued to ask, I'm curious how these matches work since, I have never participated in one myself. Why do you sound so certain that you'll lose to them? Do they also have spirit lords? Official ranking matches are officially called faction war. Because these matches require a team effort, they are not something a single individual can dominate. The content of the matches varies, as well. Some may be tournament style, while others may be siege style, where you defend or attack a point. They're basically settings that typically exist in video games. Where do these matches happen? Omicron M. They used to be quite simple, where we pick our strongest members to fight against each other. Unfortunately, that got boring to watch really fast, so they started making it more elaborate and grander. All matches now take place on a large island called the Great Battlefield. This island has several sites built specifically for matches, and you can travel there by sea or flight. This is also why it takes so long for a match to be scheduled. Though, I must admit it's very entertaining to watch and gets a lot of viewership. Bai Lianhua explained. That does sound fun. Maybe we should participate every now and then to change things up so we're not always cultivating. Yuan smiled. The Demon Sealing Faction. Bai Lianhua swallowed nervously after hearing that they might start participating in ranking matches. Chapter 1454 Participating in a Faction War. Chapter 1454 Participating in a Faction War 1454 Participating in a Faction War, really? Are you really going to start participating in faction wars, Brother Yuan? Yu Rou exclaimed excitedly. He nodded, yes, it seems fun. Bai Lianhua wiped the invisible sweat on her forehead, her hand trembling slightly, and said, it's going to get rowdy once the rest of the world learns of this. Countless people, myself included, have anticipated the day the famous Demon Sealing Faction shows their prowess. Despite being worldwide famous, you guys have never participated in any events, and people are starting to question whether the Demon Sealing Faction actually exists or is just a fake faction. Yuan chuckled at this information and said, faction rankings and whatnot are insignificant matters in our eyes, and we're always busy improving our own cultivation in both Earth and insignificant, huh? While that may be true for you, who live in an entirely different world from the rest of us mortals, one's rankings determine whether they are respected, sponsored, or left in the dust. And having a sponsor is incredibly important, as many factions, including top-ranking factions, depend on them for survival and growth. Does Eternal Lotuses have any sponsors? Yuan asked. We used to have some, but I refused any monetary support from them so that they wouldn't impact our faction in the slightest, even if they were to disappear from our lives one day suddenly. My decision proved correct since all our sponsors stopped supporting us simultaneously last month. It would have greatly affected our operations if we'd relied on them, and I am willing to bet my savings that Fiery Queen had something to do with it. Bai Lianhua shuddered at the thought of their faction being forced to close down due to a sudden lack of finances. I see. I am beginning to understand the economy of factions now. Honestly, I created my faction on a whim. I wanted a place for my friends and family, a place we can call home. I never once considered looking for sponsors or whatnot. Then how do the rankings work? Is it true that you must accept a challenge, or you'll lose your rank? Yuan then asked. Bai Lianhua nodded, yes, but that is only true if the challengers are within 10 ranks of their target. This is to prevent those at the top from purposefully avoiding faction wars to prolong their rank. While we don't have to fight those who challenge us, we'll lose our rank to the challenger if we don't respond. Also, a faction can only be challenged once a month by those within 10 ranks. What rank is your faction at right now? Last I checked, we were at rank 77, a far cry from rank 9 just several months ago. I feel frustrated and ashamed every time I think about it, she sighed. Then what about my demon sealing faction? Yuan suddenly asked. The ranking system has changed drastically since it was first implemented, but the demon sealing faction should be unranked at this moment since you guys haven't participated in any faction wars. Is that so? Yuan closed his eyes and proceeded to ponder about some things. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes to look at Bai Lianhua and showed her an ominous smile. You don't want to deal with the fiery locust swarm, correct? How about we take care of them for you? Huh? You want to challenge the fiery locust swarm? The demon sealing faction only has 11 members, correct? Bai Lianhua sked. 12 now. Yuan smiled. In order to manage the demon sealing faction's affairs, Mei Feng also joined their faction. Bai Lianhua looked at him in disbelief and said a moment later, I don't mean to look down on you or your faction, but you want to defeat the fiery locust swarm with a dozen people. I told you that a faction war requires a team effort, right? Unless you're a spirit king or everyone in your faction is a spirit lord, you won't be able to overcome the difference in numbers. We're all spirit grandmasters, but we won't know until we try. Well, most faction wars are sieges nowadays, where two factions attempt to overtake the other's base. Even you can't defend a base from thousands of people with a dozen, I think. That sounds like a challenge to me. Yuan smiled. He suddenly retrieved his cell phone and dialed a number. What are you doing? Bai Lianhua had a bad feeling about his actions. An excited voice resounded from the phone the following moment. Hello, this is Chairman Li. Good evening, Chairman Li. Do you have a moment to talk right now? Of course. I always have time for you, Yuan. It's been a while since I've heard from you. I hope you've been doing well. I've been doing well. Thank you for asking. Anyways, the purpose for my call is this. After a brief pause, he continued, the demon sealing faction would like to participate in a faction war. Do you think you can help me arrange one? What? The demon sealing faction? Are you serious? Chairman Li's voice was filled with shock and excitement. Of course. Why would I joke about something like this? Chairman Li didn't immediately respond, but Yuan could hear some weird noises coming from the background. A moment later, Chairman Li responded in a calm voice. When would you like to participate in a faction war? Do you have an opponent in mind? If not, we can help you put out a notice to attract challengers. I do have an opponent in mind. They are called Fiery Locust Swarm. Huh? After a moment of silence, Chairman Li's dumbfounded voice resounded again. Did you just say Fiery Locust Swarm? But they are ranked 86th in the world with over 40,000 members, while the demon sealing faction only has 40,000 members, huh? I wasn't expecting such a large number, but their number is irrelevant to me. Or am I unable to challenge them due to the difference in our member count? Yuan asked. Regardless of your member count and rank, you are able to challenge anyone that isn't below your rank, but your faction will be at an immense disadvantage, and whether they accept the challenge or not is an entirely different matter. Chairman Li said. Chapter 1455 Fiery Locust Swarm. Chapter 1455 Fiery Locust Swarm 1455 Fiery Locust Swarm. Surely, they are not going to give up the chance to defeat the famous demon sealing faction, right? After all, we're only 12 people. Yuan chuckled through the phone, leaving Chairman Li utterly speechless. Are you seriously going to challenge the fiery Locust swarm to a faction war? You might have to go against hundreds if not thousands of them with just 12 of you. Chairman Li asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Yes, I am serious, Yuan replied, his voice filled with determination. A moment of silence later, Chairman Li sighed. Very well, I will send your challenge request to the fiery Locust swarm, but before I can do that, I need to know the details of the challenge. As the challenger, you may set your terms for the match, such as limiting the amount of participants and the suggested challenge mode. Since this is my first time participating in a faction war, much less challenging another faction, can you run me through it? Of course. First things first, what mode do you want to fight them in? We have siege mode, tower defense mode, war mode, capture the flag mode, scavenger mode, and tournament mode. Since you only have 12 members, I suggest doing tournament or scavenger mode, but most factions tend to avoid these two modes because they won't be able to take advantage of their member counts. The fiery Locust swarm will definitely reject your challenge if you request either of these modes. I thought we couldn't select our match conditions? Yuan asked. That's only true if you're within 10 ranks of your opponent and you're aiming for their rank. Since the Demon Sealing faction is currently unranked, the fiery Locust swarm can refuse your challenge without any consequences, so the rules are much more relaxed. Of course, they can still lose their rank if they are defeated. I see. Can you give me a brief explanation of the available modes? Chairman Li nodded and explained, in siege mode, each faction will possess a castle, and the objective is to conquer the opposing castle and kill their ruler for victory. The ruler cannot join any battles or fight back, only run. There is no player limit for this mode, but there must be at least 1,000 total players on the field. In tower defense mode, each faction controls 5 towers. The first one to control all 5 towers or the most towers before time runs out will win. There is no player limit for this mode, but there must be at least 100 total players on the field. In war mode, it mirrors a conflict with equitable conditions, with both factions engaging in battle on a field with evenly matched soldiers of comparable cultivation levels. The first faction to lose all soldiers will lose. However, you won't be able to participate in this unless you can match your opponent's soldiers' prowess and number and vice versa. You need at least 100 players from each faction to participate, but there is no player limit. Capture the flag is similar to siege mode, but you must steal the enemy's flag and bring it back to your base before they can do the same to your flag. Each faction is limited to 300 players in this mode. In scavenger mode, both factions will scavenge items scattered across a spacious field and bring them back to base, with each retrieved item granting points. As long as the item hasn't been retrieved, the opponent can steal it. The one with the highest point in the end wins. Each faction is limited to 30 players in this mode. Last but not least, tournament mode. In this mode, both factions will select their strongest members to fight against each other on a traditional stage. The fights will be one-on-one, and the winner of the match may continue fighting in the second match until they lose. The first one to defeat all of their opponent's fighters will win. Each faction is limited to 10 players. For all of these modes except tournament mode, each participant will wear a badge that represents their life. If one's badge is destroyed, they are considered dead, can no longer participate in the match, and will be removed from the battlefield. This keeps the participants from purposefully aiming at each other's necks, keeping them safe. Also, the weapons provided cannot slice flesh but can break bones. I'm impressed. This is pretty well thought out. It sounded dangerous at first, but it turned out to be quite safe. Yuan said. Of course. Faction war is akin to sports nowadays, after all. While we have had some casualties, some accidents cannot be avoided when everyone is a cultivator. Alright, give me a moment to think now, Yuan said. A few minutes later, he spoke, let's do Siggy mode. What about the number of players? You need at least 1,000 total players to participate, so with 12 members on your side, your enemy needs to have at least 988 players. Yuan smiled and said, no limit. They can bring all 40,000 of their members if they want. What? But that's... Chairman Li was left speechless by Yuan's arrogance. Even Bai Lianhua and Yu Rou couldn't help but stare at him with wide eyes, as if they were looking at a madman. I'm serious. I want them to attack us with full force. If that's truly what you want, it is, Yuan confirmed. I understand. Any cultivation limit? Nope. What about martial techniques? Do you want to allow the usage of martial techniques? Omicron M, of course. When would you like to challenge them? Right now, and give them until tomorrow midnight to respond. If they accept, can you schedule the match to start within a few days? A few days? That's quite the rush, but it's possible if we push all scheduled matches back a day. It will probably upset the other factions, though, actually, probably not. I'm sure they'll understand. This is the famous Demon Sealing faction's debut, after all. Alright, I have all the information I need. I will notify the fiery Locust swarm of your challenge right away. Thank you, Chairman Li. To show my gratitude, I'll donate some techniques to the Cultivators Association later, said Yuan. Chapter 1456 Demon Sealing Factions Challenge Request. Chapter 1456 Demon Sealing Factions Challenge Request 1456 Demon Sealing Factions Challenge Request. When Chairman Li heard Yuan planned on donating some techniques to the Cultivators Association, he immediately jumped up and down in excitement. After all, anything that came from player Yuan was definitely very precious and significant. Also, if you don't mind, can you spread the news about the Demon Sealing faction challenging the fiery Locust swarm? If everyone is aware of it, it might be harder for them to reject our challenge, Yuan suddenly suggested. Of course, we can arrange that for you. Then I will call you back once I have a response from the fiery Locust swarm. Thank you. Yuan closed the call and turned to look at Bai Lianhua, who had been staring at him with wide eyes and a loose jaw throughout the entire call. Seeing her reaction, he simply smiled in silence. Do you really plan on fighting 40,000 people with 12? Yu Rou suddenly asked with a worried look on her face. Yuan shook his head, but before they could say anything else, he spoke. No, we don't plan on making everyone participate. Mei Feng, for example. I don't want to make her fight, so we'll have 11 people at most. Unbelievable. Bai Lianhua muttered in a dazed voice. Nobody will think you have a chance of winning this faction war, you know? That's fine. I don't expect anyone to, anyway. Then he dialed another number on his phone and raised it to his ear again. Hello? Miss Mei Feng? This is going to be very sudden and out of the blue, but I just challenged another faction to a faction war. If they agree, we'll begin in a few days. Huh? Faction war? With whom? Mei Feng didn't bother asking him why. Fiery Locust swarm. Yuan did not expect Mei Feng to know about them, but to his surprise, she started mumbling about their statistics as though she was their manager. Fiery Locust swarm is ranked 86th in the world. It had 39,500 members last month. It has approximately 30,000 spirit apprentices, 9,000 spirit warriors, 300 spirit masters, 7 spirit grandmasters, and 1 first-level spirit lord. How do you have so much information on them? Yuan couldn't help but ask. As the manager of the Demon Sealing faction, it is my duty to know everything about our potential competitors. I have information on every faction that wasn't recently founded. I appreciate the effort, but there's really no point wasting your effort on this, Miss Mei Feng. It hardly requires any effort on my part, so I don't mind it. If you say so. Anyways, can you let the others know about it whenever you see them? They are not required to participate either. Okay, I will let them know. What about the nature of the faction war? Mei Feng then asked. Siege mode. I understand. Then I will give you a call when I have a response from the fiery Locust swarm. Yes, young master. After Yuan hung up the phone, Bai Lianhua said to him, Yuan, do you know why it's incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to win a faction war alone even if you have a superior cultivation? It's because you need to hold back your strength so that you don't accidentally cripple or kill your opponents, especially when you're surrounded by enemies in a heated battle. In order to prevent players from killing each other, real weapons are strictly forbidden, and one's life is represented by a badge around their waist. In a fight, you cannot attack your opponent with the intention to kill or purposefully cripple them. However, with martial techniques allowed, it is still possible to accidentally cripple or kill someone with our bare hands. When that happens, you will automatically be disqualified and removed from the faction war. During my first faction war after the system update, I tried a little too hard and nearly killed a spirit apprentice, which got me disqualified and removed, costing us the match. Since then, I instinctively hold back and haven't used even half of my strength. Bai Lianhua sighed. I see, that does make sense. After a moment of silence, Yuan suddenly suggested, hey, would you mind letting me spar with your members? Huh? You want to spar with my members? Bai Lianhua's eyes widened with shock. No way. Are you trying to bully my fellow sisters, brother Yuan? Yuro spoke up in a somewhat joking tone. Yuan chuckled and elaborated, of course not. I want to practice holding back my strength, and this will be good training for them since I will also be giving them combat advice. Training with you, huh? That might not be a bad idea. I won't mind it as long as you can guarantee that none of my members will be harmed too badly. Bai Lianhua said. Don't worry. It's not like I don't know how to control my strength at all, and I don't intend on actually hitting them. Huh? Then what's the point of sparring? We will treat it like it's a faction war and try to destroy the other's badge. Oh, I see what you are trying to do now. Okay, I approve of it. I will let the others know so you can start tomorrow. Bai Lianhua said. Okay. Yuan nodded. Meanwhile, shortly after Chairman Li sent the Demon Sealing Faction's challenge request to Fiery Locust Swarm, an anonymous source tipped off news agencies around the world. The source revealed that the Demon Sealing Faction had challenged the Fiery Locust Swarm to a faction war, which quickly spread online like wildfire. Forum threads and discussions about the challenge quickly filled every website and channel related to factions, but since Yuan was involved, it also spread to Cultivation online networks. In fact, news had spread so quickly that the Fiery Locust Swarm learned of the Demon Sealing Faction's challenge request to them through online forums before they even saw it in their personal notifications, which greatly shocked all of its members, sending the entire faction into a turmoil. Chapter 1457 Fiery Locust Swarm's Response. Chapter 1457 Fiery Locust Swarm's Response 1457 Fiery Locust Swarm's Response, Miss Walker. There's been an emergency. A servant urgently knocked on Fiery Queen's bedroom door. The door opened a few moments later, and Fiery Queen stepped out of the room in her pajamas. What the hell is going on? She muttered in an irritated voice. The Demon Sealing Faction has just issued a challenge to the Fiery Locust Swarm. The servant stammered, his words heavy with the news. Demon Sealing Faction? Fiery Queen did not immediately recognize the name and wore a puzzled look on her face. The Demon Sealing Faction is the one founded by player Yuan. The servant elaborated. What? Player Yuan? Fiery Queen instantly recognized his name and almost choked on her saliva from shock. He challenged the Fiery Locust Swarm to a faction war? Why would he suddenly do this? Fiery Queen suddenly recalled that Yuan's little sister was part of Bai Lianhua's faction. That little bitch must have cried to her brother about it. Wait a minute. Fiery Queen's anxiousness abruptly disappeared when she realized another thing. How many members does the Demon Sealing Faction have, again? Last I checked, they only had 11 members, she asked the servant, who quickly pulled out his phone and started typing. According to the database, they only have 12 members. Only 12 members? Fiery Queen held a dumbfounded look on her face after hearing this information. After a moment of silence, she burst out laughing, ha ha ha. 12. They're challenging the Fiery Locust Swarm with just 12 people? They must be out of their damn minds. Fuck, I was actually worried for a second there because of player Yuan. This is actually great news since there's no way they could defeat the Fiery Locust Swarm in a faction war. Even if player Yuan's cultivation is at Spirit King, it won't help him defeat 1,000 people, much less 40,000, and he will surely make a mistake and get himself disqualified. Fiery Queen clenched her fists in excitement at this chance to defeat player Yuan once and for all. "Call Su Boqin for me," she said to her servant. After dialing Su Boqin's number, the servant handed his phone to her. "Hello? Who's this?" "It's me. Miss Walker. I was expecting your call. You must be calling because of the Demon Sealing Faction's challenge request to us." "Yes, that's right. Just in case, what are the terms? Did they impose any limits?" "Well, they want to do siege mode with no player or cultivation limitation. They are also allowing martial techniques." "Ha ha ha. No limitations? Are they insane? Have they even been keeping up to date with the rest of the world, or do they spend all of their time in? Do they truly believe they can defeat 40,000 players with just 12 in siege mode?" Fiery Queen was not laughing alone at this moment. Countless people around the world were laughing at the Demon Sealing Faction's seemingly foolish decision after seeing the terms, filling the internet with mockery. No player or cultivation limitation? Is the Demon Sealing Faction that arrogant? Or are they simply insane? Do they realize that they'll have to defend their castle against 40,000 players with just 12? Honestly, they probably don't even know the rules since this is their first time participating in a faction war. But why pick the fiery Locust Swarm, a top 100 faction, as their first target? Are they on bad terms with each other or something? They are probably doing this just for attention because they've become irrelevant. Or they're being paid. It's their own fault for losing relevance. Not only do they seem to have no intention of increasing their members, but they also don't participate in anything. Why did they even create the faction in the first place? Omicron M. Despite Yuan's popularity, few stood by him or defended his decision. In fact, some outright lost all respect for him, openly criticizing his choices. What a fucking arrogant bastard. He thinks he's invincible or something just because he got lucky in Cultivation Online. I cannot wait to see them being obliterated during the faction war. Get them good, fiery Locust Swarm. Put them in their place. Su Boqin, I want you to accept their challenge. Fiery Queen said shortly after learning of the terms. Are you sure? What about the Eternal Lotuses? Forget about them. I am only messing with them because I cannot directly mess with player Yuan, and they're obviously supporting him. How about the faction war? Even though there are no player limitations, we should still set some limits to avoid being ridiculed for using a sledgehammer to crack open an egg. Who cares if you're ridiculed? Send everyone. I want you to completely and utterly destroy player Yuan and his faction. And it's better to be safe than sorry. Who knows what that tricky bastard has up his sleeves? What about the payment? Will you still pay us the rest of the money even though we won't be fighting Eternal Lotuses? Of course, I will still honor the rest of the payment. In fact, I will increase the payment depending on how much you humiliate them. The more satisfied I am, the more money I'm willing to give you. Ha ha ha. This is great. Thank you, Miss Walker. You will not be disappointed. Su Boqin laughed out loud. Then I will immediately respond to their challenge and accept it. Very well. Keep me updated. Of course. After hanging up, Su Boqin accepted the Demon Sealing Faction's challenge request. Ding. Fiery Locust Swarm has accepted your challenge. Please wait for your match to be scheduled. Mei Feng smiled when she saw this notification. Chairman Li had been staring at his screen since he sent out the challenge request, so he immediately saw the Fiery Locust Swarm's response. He swiftly picked up the phone and called Yuan to relay the news. Yes, they have responded and accepted your challenge. Of course, I will immediately schedule your match and call you back when I have a date. No, thank you. Chairman Li hung up and started working on his computer again. Chapter 1458 in 3 days. Chapter 1458 in 3 days. 1458 in 3 days. Although Chairman Li could have scheduled the Demon Sealing Faction's faction war the next day, he wanted to give everyone a chance to prepare, so he scheduled the match to begin in 3 days. After pushing back a month's worth of scheduled faction wars, Chairman Li confirmed the match schedule and called Yuan to notify him of the news. Yes, the match will start at noon on the Great Battlefield in 3 days. I can guide you if you don't know how to get there. If we travel by plane, it's about 8 hours away from the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. Thank you for the offer, but I already have people guiding me there, said Yuan. I understand. Then, good night. After hanging up, Yuan called Mei Feng to notify her of the faction war. Yes, the fiery locust swarm has accepted our challenge, and our match is scheduled to begin in 3 days at noon. Do you know how to get to the Great Battlefield? Yes, I do. Then can you bring the others there? I will meet you guys there. Of course. Well, see you there. Yuan hung up the phone, turned to look at Lianhua, and said, now that that's settled, let's get some rest tonight and start our training tomorrow. Okay, I'll get you a arrow. Before Lianhua could finish her sentence, Yu Rose stood up and declared, brother will sleep with me. My bed is big enough to fit 2 people comfortably, too. Yuan looked at her with a bittersweet smile, aren't you an independent adult now? That has nothing to do with us sleeping together like before. You owe me, at the very least, this much for not visiting me sooner. Yuan sighed in a defeated voice, all right, we can sleep together. Good night, senior sister. Good night, Lianhua, Yuan said to her before following Yu Rou to her room. They quickly lay in bed inside Yu Rao's room but did not immediately go to sleep. Brother, what do you think's going to happen to our world? I can't say nothing will happen since we're already past that point, and there will surely be more changes in the future, but I will do my best to protect it from being harmed by foreign or domestic forces. I know that you're trying to protect the world, but please take care of yourself. You're much more important to the world for me, and if I had to choose to sacrifice one, I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the world if it means keeping you safe. Yu Rou spoke in a low voice. Yuan smiled, I will do my best. They fell asleep shortly after while holding hands. Early in the morning the following day, Lianhua gathered every member in her faction, which numbered in the thousands, at the training grounds. Once everyone gathered, Lianhua began speaking, I'm sure most if not all of you heard this by now, that our opponent, Fiery Locust Swarm, has been challenged by the Demon Sealing faction. If you're wondering why they would do something like that, you can ask the person who challenged the Fiery Locust Swarm himself, as he will be training with us for the next several days. What? Did this happen last night? Player Yuan is here? I knew my eyes weren't playing tricks on me and that I saw him yesterday. Where is Player Yuan right now? A stir of commotion rippled through the crowd. He should be arriving at any moment, I'm here. Yuan's voice suddenly resounded, causing everyone there to turn their heads to stare at him like a group of seagulls before food. Seeing how much attention he was getting from females, Yu Rou, who was beside him, frowned slightly. It's really Player Yuan. You're my idol, Player Yuan. Are you really going to train with us? Yuan jumped onto one of the stages there and started answering their questions. Please, just call me Yuan. Yes, I will be training with you guys to prepare for the upcoming faction war with the Fiery Locust Swarm. Why did you challenge the Fiery Locust Swarm? Did you do it to help us? Someone raised a hand and asked. As a friend of Lianhua, I cannot sit still when her beloved faction is being bullied. Not to mention that my precious little sister is also part of the faction. However, I am not doing this for a noble cause, so I don't deserve any gratitude you may feel toward me. How confident are you in defeating the Fiery Locust Swarm? I saw the terms, and it doesn't play to your advantage. Someone else expressed their worry. Yuan smiled and said, I won't say that victory is guaranteed, but I am confident in our abilities. Isn't this the Demon Sealing faction's first time participating in a faction war? How can you be confident in something you've never experienced? While I may not have any experience in faction wars, I certainly know a thing or two about fighting a large number of opponents at once. Sometime later, after answering several more questions, Yuan said, anyways, let's talk about our training now. For training, I am going to be sparring with everyone here, but we're going to treat it as though we are in a faction war, such as representing our life with a badge by the waist. Everyone here will have exactly 30 seconds to take my life. If you successfully do so, I will reward you a divine rank technique. What? Everyone there expressed immense shock after hearing his words. Also, I won't use any techniques, and I won't attack you for the first 30 seconds. Once I start attacking, if you are able to keep your life for 10 seconds, I will reward you with a divine rank technique, so you'll have 2 chances to receive the reward. What? They cried out loud again, are you serious? You won't go back on your words, right? Yuan chuckled and said, I promise you that I am serious. Yuro nodded, I vouch for my brother's integrity. Me too. Bai Lianhua also chimed in. Hearing this, the others cheered loudly, causing the place to tremble with their volume alone. Chapter 1459 Training with Eternal Lotuses. Chapter 1459 Training with Eternal Lotuses. 1459 Training with Eternal Lotuses. After the announcement, members of the Eternal Lotuses started going onto the stage to spar with Yuan. You are free to use any martial technique you want, and don't hold back, Yuan said to the short young lady standing a few meters in front of him. You may begin whenever you are ready. A few seconds later, the young lady flew forward and started swinging her sword at Yuan without reservation, her eyes as fierce as a tiger's as she unleashed her most powerful martial technique. The young lady was a 7th level spirit warrior, so even her most powerful attack posed no threat to Yuan, who easily dodged it. As he continued dodging her attacks, Yuan lectured her about the mistakes in her movements and swordsmanship and even told her the method for fixing them. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye for the spectators and the fighters on the stage, and Yuan announced, I will be aiming for your life now. He raised his wooden training sword and closed their distance in an instant. Wah! Before the young lady could even react, Yuan stabbed his sword directly at the wooden badge hanging around her waist, destroying it. In less than a second, Yuan had taken her life. This greatly shocked the spectators, as none of them were able to follow Yuan's movements when he attacked. Wow! Did anyone see what just happened? Even though I stared at him without blinking, I couldn't see his movement until after had destroyed her badge. It's as though he stopped time or something. Did he use a technique, or is he simply just that fast? Next. Yuan ignored the side comments and called for the next challenger. Since the Eternal Lotuses had around 5,000 members, he had very little time to spare if he wanted to spar with everyone there before the faction war. Time passed quickly, and an entire day had passed before anyone realized it. Yuan continuously sparred with the members there without any breaks from day to night. After hundreds of matches, nobody could destroy Yuan's badge, and nobody there could last more than 5 seconds when Yuan started attacking. I will stay on this stage until nobody is willing to challenge me or I have to leave for the faction war, Yuan declared, dumbfounding the members there. However, they also saw this as a chance. They thought that if Yuan continued sparring with them, he would eventually get tired and make mistakes. Thus, the Eternal Lotuses continued sparring with Yuan throughout the entire night. Sometime in the afternoon on the second day, the Eternal Lotuses members noticed Yuan's movements getting slower. He also wasn't instantly destroying their badges. Yes. He must be getting tired. It's only a matter of time before he's exhausted and makes a mistake. The girls clenched their fists in excitement, and their motivation to defeat him peaked. Yuan continued to grow increasingly slower and more sluggish with his movements throughout the day. Yet, nobody was close to destroying his badge or lasting more than 10 seconds during his offense. How come we're unable to defeat him even though he's clearly exhausted? Is he really exhausted, though? What if he's just messing with us? No way, but he's been fighting thousands of matches without any rest. Even a spirit lord would get tired. Suddenly, a familiar face entered the stage to face Yuan. It's my turn, brother Yuan. Yuro greeted him with a smile. Yuan smiled back and said, let me see how much you've grown. Just like in Cultivation Online, Yuro's choice of weapon was the fan. You know, one of the Demon's Sealing faction members also wields the fan, Yuan said. Omicron M. Oh, really? Yes. If he participates in the faction war, you'll be able to see him fight. Maybe you'll even learn a thing or two. I can't wait. Not wanting to let Yuan rest for another second, Yuan suddenly used a movement technique to close their distance. Your movements aren't bad, but they could be better, sharper. Yuan said as he turned his head around to face Yuan, who was already swinging her fan at his face. However, halfway into her strike, Yuan activated her movement technique again. I've got you now. Yuan smiled inwardly when Yuan didn't follow her movements a second time and was still staring at her previous location. However, right as her fan was able to smack him in the back of the head, Yuan casually moved his arm to block the incoming strike with a single finger. Wah! Yuan's eyes shifted to stare at her, emitting an intense pressure. Sensing his gaze, Yuan's entire body trembled, and without hesitation, she jumped back to distance herself from him. Not bad, Yuan. If you hadn't backed away just now, I would have taken your life. Yuan smiled and continued, also, you're the first one to aim for my head instead of my badge, and that strike contained enough strength to break someone's skull. Can you blame me? You did tell us not to hold back, she responded with a stiff smile. You're right, and I am not blaming you. Come, you've got another 15 seconds left. He beckoned her with the finger he used to block her strike. Yuan nodded and quickly approached him again. 15 seconds passed, but Yuan was unable to break his badge. My turn now. Yuan used his movement technique for the first time, disappearing into thin air like a ghost. Wah! Where did he go? Yuan was left baffled by his disappearance. A split second later, she sensed a weird sensation coming from her waist, causing her to look down. That was when she realized her badge had been destroyed. Wow! I thought he would go easy on her because she's his little sister, but he took her life in less than a second. The spectators were amazed by Yuan's movement technique, which allowed him to get behind Yuan like a ghost. I knew you were acting tired, brother. Yuan turned around to look at him with a bittersweet smile. Yuan chuckled, you guys were starting to slack off, so I had to motivate you guys again. The next person to enter the stage was another familiar face. I don't care about the divine rank technique, so let's have a proper spar without the 30-second time limit. Bai Lianhua said as she stepped onto the stage. Yuan nodded, sure. Chapter 1460 Sparring with Bai Lianhua. Chapter 1460 Sparring with Bai Lianhua 1460 Sparring with Bai Lianhua, whenever you are ready, Yuan said as he casually stood on the stage with a calm smile on his face. Bai Lianhua readied her sword and took a deep breath before dashing at Yuan at full speed. Ha! Bai Lianhua began their confrontation with a quick sword thrust that aimed straight at the spot between Yuan's eyebrows. She expected Yuan to easily dodge her strike, and he did, so without delay, she immediately raised her right leg to kick his waist, aiming for his badge. However, right as her feet reached his badge, Yuan's hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed onto her leg. Seeing that she had been caught, Bai Lianhua hastily pulled her feet back but quickly realized that she did not have the strength to break out of Yuan's hold. Yet, she did not panic and swung her sword at his face for a second time. However, she was forced to stop mid-swing when Yuan abruptly lifted her into the air and swung her around like a cowboy with a rope. Yuan? Bai Lianhua cried out loud. A few more circles later, Yuan tossed her to the other side of the stage. After barely landing on her feet, Bai Lianhua looked at Yuan with wide eyes, seemingly in disbelief about what had just transpired. The spectators also couldn't believe their eyes. Yuan, can you treat our fight more seriously? Bai Lianhua asked with a sigh. But I am, he said with a nonchalant expression. Bai Lianhua was speechless. After a moment of silence, she clenched her sword and charged at him again. This time, she kept her distance and used a martial technique. Illusion Sword Arts. Bai Lianhua propelled her sword in a stabbing motion, aimed at Yuan's forehead again. However, from the spectators' view, there were several swords flying at Yuan, almost as though Bai Lianhua grew a few extra arms. There it is. Senior sister's illusion sword art. Wow! She's managed to create 7 illusions. Yuan raised an eyebrow at the crowd's mumbling. 7 illusions? What are they talking about? He wondered inwardly, as he couldn't see any illusions. Once Bai Lianhua's sword almost reached him, Yuan casually swung his sword, deflecting the strike. He saw through it so easily. As expected of Yuan, not even senior sister can fool him. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan's soul strength was so high that Bai Lianhua's illusion sword arts were completely ineffective against him. In fact, Yuan thought he had to defend against invisible attacks. Bai Lianhua sucked her teeth after seeing how easily Yuan had blocked one of her stronger techniques. Okay, let's fight for real now. Bai Lianhua released her cultivation base, filling the headquarters with the aura of a peak spirit lord. Yuan nodded and also released his cultivation. Even though he was only a peak spirit grandmaster, the aura and pressure he exuded were far superior to Bai Lianhua's, who was an entire realm higher. The spectators subconsciously distanced themselves from the stage. Here I come. Bai Lianhua warned as she flew at him, unleashing a series of powerful sword techniques. Yuan did not back away, even approaching her as he blocked and deflected all of her strikes with ordinary sword swings. However, since his wooden sword could not handle Bai Lianhua's spiritual energy alone, he had to cover it with his own energy. Over the next several minutes, Bai Lianhua showcased all of her techniques and experience without holding anything back. On the other hand, Yuan only casually swung his sword without any techniques. However, his thousands of years of experience in combat was overwhelming and as clear as day even to the inexperienced. Several more minutes later, using nothing but ordinary sword techniques, Yuan cornered Bai Lianhua and made her feel completely hopeless. It's your win. Bai Lianhua dropped her sword and forfeited. Yuan lowered his sword, and both withdrew their cultivation bases. The moment their spiritual energy dispersed, the wooden sword in Bai Lianhua's grasp cracked. Meanwhile, the sword in Yuan's grasp exploded into thousands of tiny fragments. Seeing this, Bai Lianhua sighed, I couldn't even get you to use a single technique. I am simply too weak. Yuan shook his head and said, don't feel bad. Unless you've practiced sword techniques since you were young, you're already very good with the sword at your age. What about you? Does that mean you've been practicing sword techniques even before you were born? She asked in a joking tone. He smiled. Something like that. He then swept the crowd with a calm gaze and asked, does anyone else want to spar? You should get some rest, Yuan. After all, the faction war between Demon Sealing Faction and Fiery Locust Swarm is tomorrow. I will rest as soon as everyone gets their chance to spar with me. After sparring for a few more hours, Yuan spent the rest of the day teaching Yu-Ro how to wield her fan properly. Since when did you learn to use the fan, brother? I thought you only learned to use the sword and dagger. Yu-Ro asked him after seeing how perfectly he handled the fan. He casually lied, I trained with several other weapons during my spare time, such as the fan and spear. In reality, the god of war had complete mastery over every weapon in existence, and Yuan merely remembered how to use them after regaining Xianxia's memories. Later that night, Yuan left the headquarters of Eternal Lotuses with Yu-Ro, Bai Lianhua, and Xiaxia, Yu-Ro's friend, who joined the Eternal Lotuses at the same time. Good luck, Yuan. Give those bastards a good beating. I know you can do it. Sometime later. It's been a while, Yuan. Sorry, I didn't spar with you. As a zither cultivator, I have a mostly support role, so it would be a waste of time to spar with you. Xiaxia said to him as they made their way to the airport. Yuan casually waved his hand and said, don't worry, I understand your special position. Zither cultivators are not suited for one-on-one until you have a high enough cultivation, after all. Chapter 1461 The Great Battlefield. Chapter 1461 The Great Battlefield 1461 The Great Battlefield, don't look down on her because she cannot fight one-on-one, brother Yuan. She's an excellent supporter and an even better fighter when it comes to fighting in groups. Yu-Ro suddenly said. Her buffs are amazing, and her zither arts allow her to fight multiple people at once. She's the perfect supporter. Bai Lianhua nodded in agreement, yes, she's a valuable asset to the faction, so much so that many have tried to poach her from us. Yuan smiled and said, I wasn't looking down on her. Xiaxia blushed from all their praises and said in a bashful voice, You're giving me too much credit, Yu. Although my zither arts can cover a large area, I lack control, so I am often disqualified for accidentally injuring the opponents too much. That's true for now, but if you keep practicing, you'll eventually reach a level where you can destroy many badges at once from a distance. You'll be unstoppable then. Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his lips curling into a mysterious smile as he absorbed Yu's words. Xianxia shook her head and sighed. That's easier said than done. Attacking several people at once, precisely at that, requires a tremendous amount of spiritual energy and perfect control. That could take decades of practice, and I am not sure I have the talents for it. Have some faith in yourself, Sister Jianghu. You definitely have the talent for it. Eventually, they arrived at the airport. Bai Lianhua, who had a private jet stationed at this airport, entered through the back door with the others. We'll arrive at the great battlefield in 6 hours. Bai Lianhua said as they boarded the jet. Wow, this is my first time flying on a private jet, said Xianxia, who looked around excitedly. Yuan and Yu had their fair share of experience with private jets in the Yu family, especially Yuan, who used it the most to travel around the world for his music concerts. Sometime later, the plane started moving and quickly ascended into the clouds. The spiritual energy in the sky is much cleaner and denser than it is on the ground, so you should use this opportunity to improve your cultivation. Bai Lianhua said to Yu and Xianxia. Yes. Unfortunately for Yuan and Bai Lianhua, their cultivation was simply too high for Earth, so they could only efficiently cultivate through treasures from the 9 heavens. Bai Lianhua retrieved several spirit stones and offered a few to Yuan, saying, "Do you want some?" Yuan shook his head with a smile, "Thank you, but I would need millions of spirit stones to increase even a single level." That much? Bai Lianhua's eyes widened with shock. But you're only a spirit grandmaster. Even I don't need that many spirit stones to break through as a spirit lord. My bodhi's a little unique. I don't doubt that. Bai Lianhua chuckled. Go ahead and cultivate without me. It'll give you a little boost. Yuan suddenly said. Huh? What do you mean? Bai Lianhua looked at him with raised eyebrows in a questioning manner. Yuan retrieved the soul ensnaring zither and replied, "You will find out in a moment. Just start cultivating." Bai Lianhua nodded and closed her eyes to cultivate. A few minutes later, once Bai Lianhua was absorbed in her cultivation, Yuan looked at his zither and took a deep breath before playing it. When Bai Lianhua heard the music, she found herself oddly more relaxed and comfortable instead of being distracted by it, allowing her to concentrate even better than before. It's much easier cultivating. Bai Lianhua quickly realized the effects of Yuan's profound music. Yu and Xianxia were also shocked by this realization. To increase one's cultivation speed through music, he's truly on a different level. Xianxia was left in awe. Yuan played the zither non-stop for the entire 6-hour flight, greatly assisting the others' cultivation. Xianxia even experienced a breakthrough, entering the 9th level of Spirit Master. Thank you, Yuan. I was able to break through much sooner than expected because of your music, she thanked him after the jet landed. I didn't even know improving another's cultivation speed with zither art was possible. You've opened my eyes again. Bai Lianhua said. Do you think you can teach Sister Jianghu? Yu asked. I don't think that's necessary. Xianxia quickly said. However, Yuan shook his head and said, even if I want to teach her, this isn't something that can be taught. After all, it isn't as simple as giving her a sheet of musical notes to play with. It's not the song that matters, but how you incorporate your spiritual energy, emotions, and experience into your performance. Emotions and experience? How does one do that? Yu asked out of curiosity. For example, anyone can sing a love song, but those who understand the essence of love and are able to express it through their voice will typically sound better than someone who has never experienced love. When I performed just now, I incorporated my cultivation experience into my zither arts. But there's no need to worry. She will eventually learn it as long as she continues to practice. Wow. I didn't know zither art was so complicated. Sister Jingyi always makes it seem so easy. My respect for you just increased, Sister Jingyi. Sometime later, they deboard the jet. As he walked down the steps and approached the vehicle parked beside the jet, Yuan used his divine sense to quickly sweep the entire island. The island was massive and resembled a resort. It had an airport, several docks for those traveling by sea, a section that had hundreds of hotels, a marketplace, a food court, and, last but not least, 6 distinct arenas, each for a specific faction war mode. This place is quite crowded, Yuan muttered out loud. That's natural. The great battlefield has millions of unique visitors every day. Bai Lianhua said. Anyway, where are we meeting the others? They haven't arrived yet and should be arriving soon. Let's get some food first, shall we? Okay. Chapter 1462 Fewer than anticipated. Chapter 1462 Fewer than anticipated 1462 Fewer than anticipated. After leaving the airport, Yuan and the others ventured to the food court, a bustling hub housing over 100 restaurants offering diverse cuisines from around the world. However, before they left the airport, Yuan handed everyone there an appearance-altering pill to hide their identity, as Yuan had learned his lesson several days ago and didn't want to be recognized. Upon arriving at the food court, spent nearly an hour exploring the place before finally settling on a steakhouse. Half an hour into their dining, Yuan received a text message notifying him of her arrival. We have arrived at the great battlefield. Yuan responded with their location. We're currently dining in the food court at Spirit Steakhouse. We will be there shortly. They have landed and will be coming here, Yuan said to the others as they savored the juicy steaks before them. An hour later, Mei Feng showed up with the Demon Sealing faction, at least those who planned on participating in the faction war. By the time Mei Feng showed up, Yuan and the others had already finished eating and were waiting for them outside the restaurant. Of course, he told her about their disguise. This is everyone? Yuan stared at Mei Feng and her group with a raised eyebrow. I'm sorry, young master, but the others haven't logged off. Mei Feng sighed. Yuan silently looked at the members who had followed Mei Feng. There was Wang Bingbing, Shi Lang, and Wu Zhao. 3 people in total. Seriously? You're going to fight the fiery locust swarm with this many people? Bai Lianhua was speechless. Yuan nodded, although this is fewer than I'd anticipated, for is more than enough. If I could, I would even fight them alone. What do you mean for, young master? I am also participating, you know. Mei Feng suddenly said. Huh? You really don't have to, Miss Mei Feng. I don't want you to feel like you need to fight for us. After all, you're already doing enough as our caretaker and manager. Nonsense. If you're worried about me, that I cannot fight, allow me to remind you who taught Mei Xiao how to fight. That's right, it was me. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and said, That's not it, Miss Mei Feng. I am not doubting your ability in combat. I just thought you wouldn't be interested in something like faction wars. Now, why would you assume that? I have been anticipating the day we participated in one since I started studying about factions. In fact, if you hadn't brought it up, I would have mentioned it sooner or later. Mei Feng responded with a slight smile. Is that so? Yuan was speechless. Anyway, while I said that, I shall take the role of ruler during the faction war since I have the lowest cultivation base among us, she said. Yuan nodded, okay. By the way, we still have some time before the faction war. You should grab some food here before then. It's okay, we ate on the flight here. We should take this time to plan for the faction war. Wang Bingbing said. Plan? Do we really need a plan? Yuan asked. Of course. How else are we going to deal with 40,000 people with just the 5 of us? Yuan then said, I was going to let you guys have some fun before I step in. Let us have some fun. How confident are you in defeating them? I know you're strong enough to kill all of them in a real fight, but we cannot harm them too much in a faction war. Wu Zhao asked. I am aware. Don't worry about winning or how we'll deal with them. Just enjoy your own battle. Mei Feng then said, I have watched all of their previous matches. They won't send all of their members at once and will probably try to drag it out. Why don't we talk elsewhere? Preferably somewhere quieter. Shi Lang said. They left the food court and went to a nearby park. Although the place was also crowded, it wasn't as noisy as the food court. Like I was saying, the fiery locust swarm most likely won't try to finish the faction war too quickly, so they'll send their members slowly. After all, they have plenty of people to spare, and the spectators would crucify them for ending it so soon. Mei Feng said. That makes sense. Yuan nodded and continued, moreover, they're working for Fiery Queen. She'll definitely use this chance to humiliate me as revenge for what I did to her in Cultivation Online. He turned to look at Wang Bingbing and the others and said, just consider this faction war as part of your training. In fact, let's make this into a little game. Excluding me, whoever gets the most kills during the faction war will receive an ancient rank martial technique from me. Wang Bingbing's eyes flickered with excitement after hearing this, and she asked, is that it? No restrictions? He shook his head. Do you have any ancient rank martial techniques for a fan wielder like me? Wu Zhao asked. Of course. What about me? I won't be able to fight as the ruler. Mei Feng said. Yuan smiled and said, if you want any specific technique, just let me know. Do you have any spear techniques? Oh. You've decided to use the spear? She nodded, it was either the spear or the staff since I spent a lot of time wielding a broom and mop. Why you decided your weapon based on that? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. She merely nodded with a slight smile. Sometime later, Yuan received a phone call from Chairman Li. Have you guys arrived at the Great Battlefield yet? Chairman Li asked. Yes. Can you start making your way to Arena 1? I will give you a quick briefing before the faction war begins. Alright, we will start heading there now. Then I will see you soon. After hanging up, Yuan and the others started making their way to Arena 1, which also happens to be the largest arena on the island. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1463 Faction War Rules. Chapter 1463 Faction War Rules 1463 Faction War Rules. As Yuan and the others approached Arena 1, they were met with the sight of a sea of people clamoring to enter the arena. Heavens, there are a lot more people today than usual. There are probably millions of people in line, Yuro muttered in a dazed voice when she saw the crowded scene. It's no surprise, and I'd wager that everyone here has come to witness the Demon Sealing Faction's debut, by Lianhua remarked with a calm smile. After taking a moment to scan the scene with his divine sense, Yuan found Chairman Li standing by the second entrance meant for participants. Of course, the 40,000 members of Fiery Locust Swarm were also there, trying to enter the arena. Yuan and the others approached the entrance. Chairman Li noticed Mei Feng first due to her maid outfit and beauty. I have been waiting for you. Let's go to your room first, he said to them. Okay. The members of the Fiery Locust Swarm stared at Chairman Li and the others with raised eyebrows. Who are they? How come the chairman of the Cultivators Association is personally greeting them at the entrance? I don't recognize them. Due to Yuan and the other notable identities still being disguised, nobody from the Fiery Locust Swarm recognized them as their upcoming opponent, the Demon Sealing Faction. Once Chairman Li led Yuan and his group inside the arena, the Fiery Locust Swarm quickly stopped thinking about it and resumed talking about their upcoming match. I still cannot believe that the Demon Sealing Faction would challenge us with a mere dozen people. Just what are they thinking? They've probably gone mad from playing too much. I never thought the day I would contribute to player Yuan's defeat would ever come, but it's so close I can already taste it. Sometime later, Yuan and the others sat down before a long, round table inside a spacious office. I have been wondering this since I saw you guys, but where are the rest? There are only 8 of you. Chairman Li asked. HM? Oh, no, we're not members of the Demon Sealing Faction. Bai Lianhua said, and she proceeded to remove her disguise. You. White Lotus. Yu Rou and Xianxia also removed their disguise. Wait, so there are only 5 members from the Demon Sealing faction? Are the others okay? Yuan removed his disguise and nodded. Yes, they are fine, but they won't be participating in the faction war. Excuse me? Chairman Li stared at him with wide eyes filled with disbelief. He slowly counted the people in the room, excluding those from Eternal Lotuses. After counting 5 of them, he started counting again just in case he miscounted. 5 of you? Are you really planning on fighting the fiery locust swarm with just the 5 of you? Chairman Li found the situation too absurd to believe. Yes. There shouldn't be any problems, right? After all, you technically only need 2 people to participate in the siege mode. There's no problem, but, I know what you're thinking, but have some faith in us. Also, as this will be the Demon Sealing faction's first appearance, we should make it as shocking as possible. It will definitely be shocking, but unless you defeat the fiery locust swarm, it won't be the good kind. Chairman Li shook his head. Anyways, I won't say anything else on this topic since it won't change anything. Instead, let me brief you about your upcoming faction war. He retrieved several pieces of paper and handed them to the Demon Sealing faction members. The first page explains the rules of siege mode. First and foremost, you are forbidden from seriously injuring or killing a player. While accidents happen, you will still be held responsible and removed from the faction war. If you purposefully try to seriously harm or kill another player, your faction will automatically be disqualified, which will be considered as a loss, and you will also be forbidden from participating in another match for 4 years. Next, the match will have a 6-hour time limit. If neither faction is able to kill the other's ruler in 6 hours, the faction with the most players alive will be declared the victor. Weapons will be provided to the players, so they are forbidden from bringing their own weapons. In fact, you are prohibited from bringing anything that wasn't provided to you into the match. Hearing this, Yuan asked, is it possible for an individual to bring more than 1 weapon into the match? Yes, just write down your desired weapons in the weapon request form on the next page. Anyways, continuing with the rules, you are forbidden from using any martial techniques that are considered deadly. Wuxia raised his hand and asked, what do you consider to be deadly? If you ask me, any martial technique can be considered deadly if used by the right person. Chairman Li replied, any techniques that attack indiscriminately, cannot be controlled, or always result in serious injuries are considered deadly. Everyone there turned to look at Yuan. All of his martial techniques could be considered deadly since he could easily kill someone with them. Don't worry. In order to use a martial technique in the match, you must acquire approval first so you'll know what you can and cannot use. Before the faction war begins, you may showcase any martial technique that you wish to use during the match before 3 judges. As long as you can prove that you have sufficient control over your technique and that you won't easily injure someone, you should be able to use any technique you want. However, the stronger the martial technique, the stricter the evaluation. Oh, that's good to know. Last rule. You are prohibited from consuming any performance-enhancing drugs before the match. If you are caught doing such a thing, you will be banned from participating in another match for the rest of your life. Chairman Li spoke with a heavy tone. After the system update, there have been many incidents of players consuming performance-enhancing drugs right before their match, giving them an unfair advantage, and it has led to several accidents that resulted in the death of players. However, since their world has yet to discover a reliable method of detecting such things, many players are still abusing such methods to have a higher chance of victory despite the risks. Chapter 1464 A Reliable Method. Chapter 1464 A Reliable Method 1464 A Reliable Method, Performance-Enhancing Drugs, huh? Do you think the fiery locust swarm would stoop that low during our match when they already significantly outnumber us? Wang Bingbing asked. I wouldn't put it past them since they are heavily connected with Fiery Queen, who loves to play dirty. Bai Lianhua shrugged. In fact, several of their members have already been caught using performance-enhancing drugs, such as pills that temporarily boost their cultivation base or strength. Suddenly, Yu Ning's voice resounded inside Yuan's head. I know of a formation that will automatically detect anyone who is under performance-enhancing effects. Oh. That does sound convenient and useful. Although I don't care if my opponents lack integrity, it would be unfair to everyone else who is abiding by the rules. Do you mind creating this formation around the island later? I don't mind. Yuning immediately responded. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. My body and soul already belonged to you the moment you brought me out of the Shadow Realm. We're technically not out of the Shadow Realm yet. It's close enough. By the way, do you know of any formations that could prevent players from seriously injuring or killing each other during the match? I have experienced a few of them for myself. Yuan suddenly asked, recalling his experience in ancient Dragon City. The ones commonly used in tournaments and sparring matches to prevent accidental death, correct? Of course, I know how to make them. I can even make one that can restore limbs, but those require more time and a higher cultivation base than Spirit King. Okay. Yuan cleared his throat and spoke out loud the following moment. Chairman Li, regarding the issue with players using performance-enhancing drugs, I may have a reliable method to detect those under the influence. What? Unable to detain his excitement, Chairman Li stood up and slammed the desk with a shocked look on his face. Is that true? How? Do you know about arrays and formations? I know of a formation that will help us catch these cheaters. If you agree, I can create the formation around this island. If you can really do such a thing, I have no reason to refuse. These cheaters have been a pain in our butt since system update, but we don't know how to reliably detect them. Yuan nodded and said, okay, then I will make the formation. However, I need a few favors from you. Chairman Li swallowed nervously. What is it? 1. You will keep the fact that I created the formation a secret. 2. I will activate the formation once our match with the fiery Locust swarm begins, and even if there are players cheating, I want you to let them continue the match. I will create the formation right now if you can do these 2 things for me. You're going to allow the fiery Locust swarm to cheat? Chairman Li was dumbfounded by his bold decision. I won't be able to teach them a lesson if you remove them, after all. He showed a cold smile. Is that so? Chairman Li's entire being trembled. After a moment of silence, he nodded, okay, we won't remove them, but how will this formation expose these cheaters? You'll find out when I activate the formation. Sometime later, Yuan closed his eyes and allowed Yuning to take over his body again. His cultivation base soared to the peak of Spirit King, and Yuning quickly started filling the room with array symbols. Wow! Wang Bingbing muttered in a dazed voice. Since only Bai Lianhua and Yu Rou were aware of Yuning's existence, nobody else in the room realized that Yuan was currently being possessed by an ancient deity and believed that he was the one in control. Several minutes later, Yuning covered the entire island with the formation and sat down to replenish Yuan's exhausted spiritual energy. I didn't think I would get to experience this amazing feeling again so soon. Yuning thought inwardly as she fully immersed herself in the moment. Once his body regained enough spiritual energy, Yuning returned the control to Yuan. Wei Yuan. When did you reach Spirit King? Shi Lang stared at him with bulging eyes. He shook his head and said, that was just temporary. My real cultivation is still at Spirit Grandmaster. Huh? So that was a technique? No, it's not. I will explain everything later. Chairman Li then asked, so, is it done? Yuan nodded, yes, the formation is completed. I just need to activate it during the match. Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't know how to repay you for this. Chairman Li lowered his head and bowed. Yuan casually waved his hand and said, I don't need any payment since I am not doing this specifically for you. In fact, I also wanted to create a formation that would prevent the players from being seriously injured or killed, but I will have to do this later since I don't have enough time right now. What? Can you say that again? Chairman Li slowly lifted his head to look at Yuan with disbelief. Seeing the confusion in Chairman Li's eyes, Yuan proceeded to explain the formation in more detail. These formations are commonly used in Cultivation Online to prevent accidents during tournaments and friendly spars. They allow anyone within the formation to use their full power without needing to worry about accidentally killing their opponent. Seriously? How reliable is this formation? Unless the player's cultivation surpasses the creator's cultivation, it's almost impossible for anything to go wrong within the formation. It's certainly safer than whatever you're doing now. Would you like to test it out for yourself? Although Chairman Li was anxious about experiencing something unknown to him, his curiosity made it so that he couldn't refuse. Seeing Chairman Li nod his head in approval, Yuan handed his body to Yuning again. Since the formation would only be large enough to cover the entire room, Yuning didn't have to put much effort or time into it, completing the formation even faster than the last. Chapter 1465 Technique Evaluation. Chapter 1465 Technique Evaluation. 1465 Technique Evaluation. Okay, the formation is completed and activated, Yuan announced after regaining control over his body. Chairman Li and everyone else in the room started looking around, but they were unable to sense anything different in the room. So, how does this formation work? Chairman Li eventually decided to ask. In response, Yuan retrieved a sword, a real steel sword with a sharp blade. This might hurt a little, but bear with me. What are you going to? Before Chairman Li could even finish his sentence, Yuan disappeared from his position and reappeared in front of him like a ghost with the sword positioned, the tip of the blade aimed at his heart. W8. Chairman Li's body began sweating profusely. Even though he knew that it would not kill him, he couldn't control his instincts and feared for his life. However, Yuan ignored him and shoved his arm, thrusting the sword at his heart. Chairman Li's life flashed before his eyes, and right as the sword reached his body, a layer of spiritual energy suddenly appeared around his body, shielding him from any serious harm. Yet, the sword still managed to strike Chairman Li's body, sending him flying. A moment later, Chairman Li lay on the floor in a sleeping position, his limbs spread out and his face dazed. I am still alive, he slowly reached for his chest and rubbed the area Yuan had struck him. Although it felt like he had truly been stabbed in the heart, he could not feel any wounds on his body. Wait. My clothes. Unfortunately, his clothes did not come out unscathed and had a small slit where Yuan struck. Sorry, but the formation only protects one's body, so your clothes can still be damaged. Chairman Li eventually stood back up with a profound expression on his face. This formation, it will change, revolutionize faction wars. If we don't have to worry about the players accidentally killing each other, we won't have to restrict their weapons and martial techniques, allowing every player to display their true potential. This will make faction wars even more exciting and entertaining. Chairman Li clenched his fists from sheer excitement as he pondered the possibilities. I can change the terrains and make it more risky and dangerous. I can lay natural traps and much more. I cannot wait. Chairman Li wore a wide smile on his face that looked a little sadistic. Quickly snapping out of it, he turned to look at Yuan and asked, how long do you think it'll take to create this formation for the arenas? Also, I won't ask you to do it for free. We will pay for it. Yuan didn't immediately respond since he had to ask Yuning. A moment later, he said, not long, a few minutes for each arena. However, they need to be recharged with spiritual energy every day. You can do so by feeding it with spirit stones. Then can you do it after I speak with the organizers? Since this will change the entire faction war scene, I will need the approval of others. Of course, I cannot imagine it being rejected. It's more of a formality. Yuan nodded, I don't mind. Then I will contact the organizers right now. As for the papers, you just need to write down the weapons you plan on using during the match and sign it. Chairman Li left the room shortly after, leaving them alone. Yuan and the others quickly completed the second page and moved to the third page, which displayed a map of the entire arena for siege mode. Arena 1 stretched across a vast battlefield, spanning 20 miles in both width and length. The opposing castles were positioned in the west and east, approximately 15 miles apart. The terrain was mostly flat, filled with trees and several hills. The map is pretty simple and safe, Mei Feng muttered out loud after looking at the map. I guess they didn't want to risk putting anything that could be dangerous. Wang Bingbing said. Things might change soon, though. Shi Lang chuckled. Chairman Li returned to the room several minutes later. Are you guys done with the papers? He asked them. Yes. Great, then let's bring you guys to get your martial techniques evaluated. As for the organizers of the great battlefield, they all agreed to create the formation, but they wanted to experience it for themselves first and wanted more details about what it would protect the players from. A meeting will be held after your match is concluded. They didn't question you where the formation will come from? Yuan asked with a smile. Of course they did. I simply refused to answer. They will definitely continue to pester me for your identity during the meeting, though. Yuan nodded and said, then I will leave the formation in this room active for now. As for my identity, I can attend the meeting in disguise if you don't mind. That's a great idea. Chairman Li quickly agreed. Sometime later, Chairman Li brought the members of the Demon's Ceiling faction to a basement underneath the arena. The evaluation is typically done long before a match, but since you have only a dozen people in your faction, we decided to let you do it right before the match. In fact, those who haven't been evaluated aren't allowed to participate in any matches. Chairman Li said as they approached a large mechanical door. He continued, for privacy reasons, you will be evaluated one at a time. After your evaluation, you may only use the approved techniques during the match. You will automatically be disqualified if you use a martial technique that wasn't approved. If you learn a new technique and wish to increase your list of approved techniques, you will need to be evaluated again for that specific technique. So, who wants to be evaluated first? Wang Bingbing quickly raised her hand. I will go first. She approached the door and waited for it to open, entering the spacious room behind the door that looked like an underground training facility a moment later. Chapter 1466 Technique Evaluation, 2. Chapter 1466 Technique Evaluation, 2. 1466 Technique Evaluation, 2. Once Wang Bingbing entered the training room, the door closed behind her. The interior of the room was extremely simple and empty. Other than a metallic human-shaped dummy standing in the middle of the room, there was nothing else. Standing by the wall were 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. Hello, can we have your name, faction, and current cultivation base? The woman asked. Wang Bingbing from the Demon's Ceiling faction. 7th level Spirit Grandmaster. The woman nodded and said, thank you, Miss Wang. We will be the ones evaluating whether your martial techniques are safe enough for your upcoming faction war. What weapon do you use? A sword. One of the men pulled a wooden sword out of thin air and tossed it at her. In order to determine whether your martial technique is safe or dangerous, we need to see its strength and control. For the first test, you may strike the dummy with full strength. The dummy can withstand a spirit lord's attack with no problem, so you don't have to hold back, said the woman. You may strike the dummy with your martial technique whenever you are ready. Wang Bingbing nodded and took a deep breath before unleashing one of her martial techniques. Sha! Wang Bingbing's figure suddenly became blurry for the next few seconds. At the same time, dozens of red sword marks appeared on the dummy, each mark representing a hit and the damage it sustained. Do you mind telling us the name of that technique and its rank? Although it will be recorded, the public cannot access it if you're worried about that. Wandering Phantom Sword Arts. It's a divine rank technique. No wonder. Each of your strikes at full strength was strong enough to kill a spirit grandmaster. Now, show us how much you can control its strength. I want you to imagine the dummy as a spirit apprentice cultivator and strike it with just enough strength to knock him out without any serious injuries. Wang Bingbing nodded and performed the technique again. This time, the sword marks on the dummy were orange in color. Good. Now, the woman pressed a button on her remote controller, causing the dummy to start moving its limbs. You will now spar with the dummy. Its strength has been adjusted to be as strong as that of a spirit grandmaster. I would like you to perform the technique on it a minute into your fight. Also, use the same amount of strength as you did just now. Sometime later, the dummy started moving and attacking Wang Bingbing. Although its movements were stiff and predictable, it moved quickly and had tremendous strength. A minute later, Wang Bingbing performed her martial technique, striking the dummy a dozen times in just a few seconds. Of her 12 strikes, 9 sword marks glowed orange and 3 green. After seeing the results, the 3 judges nodded with approved looks. The green sword marks indicated that the damage was superficial and would only leave bruises on a spirit apprentice. Strikes that could potentially break bones glowed orange, and life-threatening strikes glowed red. Looks like you have sufficient control over your technique, Miss Wang. We will approve the utilization of this technique in your faction wars. You may show us if you have any more techniques you would like to use. Wang Bingbing nodded and proceeded to show off a few more martial techniques. The tests varied depending on the martial technique's properties and effects. For example, a martial technique with an explosive nature that attacks on a wide scale will have a different test than a technique that focuses on penetration. Wang Bingbing finished her evaluation after spending 10 minutes inside the room and came out with 3 martial techniques approved. I will go next, Shi Lang said. He returned 15 minutes later with 2 martial techniques approved. I don't plan on using any martial techniques for this match, so you can go, Mei Feng said to Wu Zhao. He nodded and entered the room. Wu Zhao only had a single martial technique evaluated, but due to its nature, they had to test it thoroughly. 10 dummies stood in a scattered formation before Wu Zhao, each wearing a badge around their waist. Omicron M, you may begin whenever you are ready. Wu Zhao nodded before casually swiping his fan in the dummy's direction. A powerful gust of wind made purely of spiritual energy swept the dummies, quickly destroying the badges around their waist while their bodies glowed green. However, only 2 of the dummies glowed green, meaning the rest weren't damaged in the slightest. Impressive control, the woman muttered in awe. Many players have tried to evaluate martial techniques that could attack on a wide scale, but almost all of them lacked the control needed for approval. Wu Zhao left the room half an hour later. You're left, Yuan. Wu Zhao looked at him with a smile. Yuan nodded and approached the door, entering it. When the judges saw Yuan, they subconsciously swallowed nervously. It's really player Yuan. Despite his fame, not much is known about his combat prowess or abilities, but that will change starting today. They thought inwardly. While the 10 great families were aware of Yuan's prowess through experience, they valued such information and did not spread it unnecessarily, so the majority of the world remained oblivious to his capabilities. Welcome, player Yuan. What is your current cultivation? The woman asked. 9th level Spirit Grandmaster, he calmly said. He's only a Spirit Grandmaster? The judges were inwardly surprised, as they had expected him to be at least a Spirit Lord. What weapon will you be wielding? I will be using 3 weapons. The sword, dagger, and zither. Huh? 3 weapons? And a zither, too? The judges were certainly surprised by his response. Among the millions of players around the world that have participated in faction wars, less than 100 players picked the zither as their weapon of choice, so one could imagine the judges' surprise to learn that the most popular player will also use the zither. Chapter 1467 Entering the Battlefield. Chapter 1467 Entering the Battlefield 1467 Entering the battlefield. Outside the evaluation room, Wu Zhao asked the others, how did your evaluations go? How? It was much simpler than I'd anticipated. As for whether it's reliable or not, I don't know. Wang Bingbing shrugged. I cannot imagine it being that effective. Anyone can easily purposefully act weaker than they are in reality to get their techniques approved. Chairman Li smiled bitterly and said, honestly, it's really hard to accurately gauge a person's strength and determine whether it's truly safe or not for them to use any technique. Our technology is simply lacking for this subject due to how new cultivation is in our world, so it's mostly up to our judges' judgment. However, give it a few more years, and we should have enough experience and information about cultivation to accurately gauge a cultivator's strength. With that being said, once the formation is completed, we will no longer need to evaluate people to determine whether they can use a martial technique or not. An hour later, the door opened, and Yuan casually walked out of the room. How did it go? Did you get any techniques approved? Shi Lang asked him. He nodded, yes. How many techniques did you get approved? That's a secret, he said with a smile. Chairman Li looked inside the room and saw the judge's weird expressions, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Why do they look disappointed? He wondered inwardly. He decided to ask them later and said, the faction war between Demon Sealing Faction and Fiery Locust Swarm will begin shortly. Let's get the participants prepared. Okay. While Chairman Li led them to the dressing room to get changed, the three judges muttered to each other. That was it? He's a lot weaker than the rumors. Right? None of his techniques were that powerful. I was expecting something amazing since he dared to challenge the Fiery Locust Swarm with a dozen members. Wait a minute. Is that it? We've only evaluated 4 people. What about the rest? Either they don't plan on using any martial techniques, or they won't be participating. Surely, it's the former, right? Meanwhile, the Fiery Locust Swarm was already prepared for the faction war and began gathering on the battlefield. It's the Fiery Locust Swarm. Please teach those arrogant bastards from the Demon Sealing Faction a thing or two. I have bet all of my savings on your victory today. Don't disappoint me. The crowd went crazy the moment the Fiery Locust Swarm started appearing. The audience area had enough space to accommodate 10 million spectators, and every single seat was filled. Not to mention the tens of millions of individuals sitting in anticipation before their television. Yuan and the others had just finished changing into their uniforms, which were plain white and devoid of any design, unlike the Fiery Locust Swarms, which sported red and black colors and an emblem. Since you guys don't have your own uniform, this will have to suffice. Chairman Li said to them. We need to design our own uniform, huh? Yuan muttered. We can think of something later, said Mei Feng. Here. Everyone besides the ruler will be wearing this green badge. The ruler will be wearing a golden badge. Chairman Li showed them a basket of badges. Everyone besides Mei Feng took the green badge and wore it around their waist. Also, here are the weapons you requested. Everyone picked their weapon. You're going to use 3 weapons? Bai Lianhua looked at Yuan with wide eyes. A zither. Xianxia glared at the zither with a dumbfounded look on her face. You may enter the arena now if you want to familiarize yourself with the field and start preparing for the match, but you are forbidden from crossing the red line before the match begins, or you will automatically be disqualified. Like the Fiery Locust Swarm, Yuan and the others decided to enter the field early. Good luck, brother Yuan. Give em a good beating. Yuro cheered. Show the world your prowess, Yuan. Bai Lianhua smiled. Good luck. Xianxia said in a bashful manner. The Demon Sealing Faction entered the battlefield. Look. It's the Demon Sealing Squad. You mean the Demon Sealing Faction? Huh. Wait a minute, why are there only 5 of them? I thought they had a dozen members. Ha ha ha. Did more than half of them oversleep? Perhaps they all quit after learning that they had to fight 40,000 players with just a few of them. If a faction's member count dips below 10 for over 30 days, they are required to disband, correct? Is the Demon Sealing Faction already ending before it could even begin? I don't understand their method of managing the faction. It had so much potential, but they didn't seize their chances for whatever reason. They probably thought nobody was worthy enough to join their elite ranks, hence why they have only accepted 2 members since their founding. Countless people in the audience started mocking the Demon Sealing Faction when they appeared. It was a spectacle that wasn't unexpected but still surprising, especially given how popular Yuan was. Young master, you should know I had invested much in our victory. Mei Feng suddenly said. Huh? Invested? How? You know how people in horse races bet on the winning horse? Well, I am betting on our victory. Due to how many people are betting against us, we'll easily make a fortune if we win. Mei Feng spoke with a calm smile on her face. And what if we lose? Yuan chuckled. Then I'll lose all of my money. Surely, you won't let me suffer such a fate, right? Mei Feng glared at him. Yuan merely smiled in silence. He turned to gaze at the sky, where a timer was ticking down to the start of the match. 12:20, 12:19, 12:18. He then used his divine sense to examine the fiery locust swarm located on the opposite side of the battlefield. 41,982 of them, huh? He muttered with a calm smile, unfazed by their overwhelming number, which vastly outnumbered his team by 10,000 to 1. Chapter 1468 Outnumbered 10,000 to 1. Chapter 1468 Outnumbered 10,000 to 1. 1468 Outnumbered 10,000 to 1 inch. The enemy has exactly 41,982 players. 41,983 if you count their ruler. This means they outnumber us 10,000 to 1, Yuan said to the others. Nearly 42,000, huh? This is going to be rough even for us. Shi Lang wiped the invisible sweat off his forehead. Is this really doable? Wang Bingbing looked at Yuan, who wore a confident smile on his face. I doubt he arranged this match just so we could lose our debut match. Wu Zhao said. So, what's the plan? Yuan then said, it's quite simple. We will wait for our opponents to move first and respond accordingly. As mentioned before, they will most likely toy with us a little instead of trying to crush us as fast as possible. I will stay back here to protect our ruler while the rest of you will confront the opponent. Huh? You're going to stay back while we fight them? Shi Lang looked at him with wide eyes. Yuan nodded with a calm smile. This is also training. You need to experience what it feels like to be overwhelmed by the enemy in numbers. Don't worry, it's not like I won't do anything. I will support you guys from the rear with buffs and whatnot. In a seated position, Yuan suddenly hovered in the air and placed the zither on his lap, giving the appearance of a god looking down on everyone there. You know, even though we're also spirit grandmasters, we cannot stay in the air for as long as you. Is there a trick to flying or something? Wang Bingbing suddenly asked him. They could only hover in the air for, at most, a few minutes before running out of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in this world is too weak to support your flight, so you must use more of your own energy to sustain your flight. The only way to fix it would be to increase your own spiritual energy, he said. That sounds easier said than done. It sucks being able to fly without problem but not in this world. Wang Bingbing sighed. You'll eventually get there. Eventually, the countdown in the sky reached 0. Welcome to Arena 1, guests from around the world. I, Xianxia, will be your speaker for this match. The audience went into an uproar after hearing and recognizing this sweet voice to be a famous celebrity, a renowned singer. Fairy Yan? I thought she was a singer. Why is she suddenly working as a speaker? The organizers must have specifically hired her for this special occasion. Suddenly, a beautiful young lady appeared above the arena through projection, and on her face was a sweet smile that could charm even heaven itself. Yan Xiaoxiao continued speaking. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers for allowing me to be here today. As a big fan of player Yuan, when I heard that his faction was making its debut, I immediately requested to be the speaker for their match, and I am very grateful to have received this role. Now, for this match, we have the challenger, the Demon Sealing faction, and the fiery Locust swarm, who accepted the challenge. The match terms are as follows. There is no player limit, no cultivation limit, and martial techniques are allowed. The match rules are as follows. Killing and crippling another player is strictly prohibited. Any performance-enhancing drugs are prohibited. The players may only use the weapons provided to them. Those who break any of these rules will immediately be removed from the match and penalized accordingly. The match will end when either ruler is eliminated or the time runs out. Now, let's give the participating factions a brief introduction. We have the fiery Locust swarm, who is currently ranked 86th in the world. Led by Su Buqin, they have almost 42,000 members with 350 spirit masters, 9 spirit grandmasters, and 1 spirit lord. They currently have a record of 13 victories and 3 defeats. Their challenger, the Demon Sealing faction, needs no introduction, but they are currently unranked with 0 matches in their record, making this their debut. They currently boast a team of 12 members, all under the leadership of none other than the renowned player Yuan, the undisputed #1 player in Cultivation Online. Now I know what most of you are thinking: why would the Demon Sealing faction challenge the fiery Locust swarm with just 12 members? Why are there only 5 of these 12 members currently on the field? Are they confident in winning this seemingly impossible-to-win match? Honestly, I don't have the slightest clue. But hopefully, we will get an answer soon. Okay, enough yapping from me. Let's get this match started. Another countdown appeared, residing beside Xianxiao's projection. 010, 009, 008, Omicron M. The audience also started counting down, causing the entire arena to tremble with their enthusiastic voice. 3, 2, 1. Let the match begin. A loud noise that indicated the start of the match buzzed throughout the arena, and the red line on the ground turned green. The match had begun, but nobody from the Demon Sealing faction moved. Meanwhile, only 100 players from Fiery Locust Swarm advanced toward the Demon Sealing faction's castle. It looks like the Fiery Locust Swarm does not plan on ending this faction immediately. Xianxia commented as live streaming of the battlefield was displayed in the air for the spectators to see more clearly. Of course, none of the players on the battlefield were able to hear Xianxiao's commentary or see the live streamings, as the battlefield was covered by an invisible formation that blocked off sound and video projections. This formation had required over 100 array masters and several weeks of effort to build despite it being a mere level 1 formation. However, before the Fiery Locust Swarm's players could really go anywhere, a weird phenomenon occurred on the battlefield, halting their movements. Formation activate, Yuan muttered, activating the formation that revealed cheaters shortly after the match began. Chapter 1469 Exposing the Cheaters. Chapter 1469 Exposing the Cheaters. 1469 Exposing the Cheaters. The moment Yuan activated the formation, several people on the battlefield suddenly started lighting up like a Christmas tree, their bodies glowing bright red. What the fuck is happening to me? Why am I glowing red? These players were shocked at first. Their shock turned into puzzlement when they noticed that not every player was glowing red. These players slowly came to a realization when they saw the other players who were glowing red had consumed performance-enhancing drugs right before the match began. Upon this realization, they started sweating profusely, and like paranoid individuals, they anxiously looked around to see if something was going to happen to them. However, nothing happened even after many moments. Eventually, these players stopped glowing red. Seeing this, they all sighed in relief. What happened just now? Why were all of those players glowing red? Yao Xiao questioned out loud. Did someone from the Demon Sealing faction use a technique? But none of them have moved yet, and nothing happened to those players who glowed red. What a weird phenomenon. Meanwhile, inside a large room filled with high-ranking officials from the Cultivators Association that managed the great battlefield, Chairman Li slammed the table in anger and shouted, "These cheating bastards! I cannot believe how many of them felt the need to cheat despite already having a major advantage. Do none of them know shame? Heavens! I also can't believe it. My eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when I first saw the number of players exposed as cheaters. Out of the almost 42,000 players from Fiery Locust Swarm, a whopping 30,000 of them glowed red. This meant that more than half of their players were cheating with performance-enhancing drugs. To think that even their leader, Subuqin, a spirit lord, would resort to cheating when they outnumber their opponents 10,000 to 1. How disgusting. Is this formation really reliable? I cannot fathom how nearly the entire faction is cheating in what seems like a guaranteed victory without the need for drugs. Why would they do something so risky and stupid? One of the people there asked out loud. I cannot tell you what's going through their minds, but I can assure you that player Yuan is trustworthy. He wouldn't lie about something like this, as it wouldn't benefit him in any way. Chairman Li said. Let's say the formation is working as intended, and all these players are cheating. What now? Do we remove all of them? That would greatly disturb the match, another person asked. No, we won't remove them. In fact, we won't do anything. What? You're just going to let them cheat? Yes. This is what player Yuan personally requested, after all. He asked me to turn a blind eye to these cheaters until after the match. Why on earth would he do that? He could have reduced his enemy's forces by 3/4 without doing a single thing. Maybe he wasn't expecting for there to be so many cheaters? Whatever the reason, since it's his request, he cannot blame us for not acting even if it results in his faction's defeat. Sure enough, Yuan hadn't expected the formation to expose so many cheaters. In fact, he even doubted the formation's accuracy. Of course, Yuning assured him that the formation was working properly. More than half of them are cheating, huh? Well, that won't change anything. Huh? What did you just say? Wang Bingbing and the others turned to look at him with wide eyes. Did you just say that more than half of them are cheating? They have over 40,000 players against our 5, for heaven's sake. Wu Zhao cried out loud. Yuan smiled and said, so what if they are cheating? Even if all of them are cheating, it just means that they will be slightly stronger than anticipated. It won't change anything. Anyways, they have begun to move. There are 129 players coming our way. Who wants to show off first? Shi Lang stepped forward with a resolute face and said, I will go. Very well. Yuan nodded and started playing the zither. The moment Shi Lang heard the music, he felt a surge of strength coursing through his body, his reflexes sharpening and his body becoming lighter. It was as if he had been reborn into a stronger, more capable version of himself. What in heaven's name is this? Shi Lang inspected his body with a shocked expression. I just gave you some buffs, that's all. How do you feel? He responded with a bright smile, like I can fight against the entire world, much less 100 players. You'll encounter them if you move straight in that direction. Yuan raised his arm and pointed in a certain direction. Without saying anything else, Shi Lang tightly gripped his spear and started running toward the approaching enemy. Oh! What do we have here? The Demon's Sealing faction has started moving, but they're only sending a single member into battle. Yan Xiaoxiao commented. Heavens! Look how fast he's moving. He'll encounter the fiery locust swarm in no time. And despite moving far away from Yuan, Shi Lang could still somehow hear his music. My body is still growing stronger. What a mythical technique. Sometime later, Shi Lang stopped moving when he noticed a group of individuals in the distance. The group also stopped moving when they noticed Shi Lang. Is he alone? Seriously? Ha ha ha. This is practically a free match. While the fiery locust swarm players stood in place to laugh, Shi Lang activated his movement technique and quickly closed their distance. Seeing this, the fiery locust swarm players did not panic and only laughed louder. He really thinks he can take us on by himself. Most of these players were spirit apprentices, and only 6 were spirit masters. Shi Lang didn't even bother speaking to them. The moment he was close enough, he started swinging and thrusting his spear. The fiery locust swarm players tried to surround him, but Shi Lang was simply too fast for them and quickly overwhelmed them. Crack! 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 The fiery locust swarm players' badges were destroyed rapidly, and in just a few minutes, Shi Lang took all of their lives without breaking a sweat or being hit once. Chapter 1470 Demons Sealing Factions Prowess. Chapter 1470 Demons Sealing Factions Prowess. 1470 Demons Sealing Factions Prowess. Amazing. With swift movements, player Shi Lang has managed to defeat 100 players all by himself without getting hit once. Yan Xiaoxiao exclaimed in excitement. D. Shortly after Shi Lang defeated the players, Su Boken's tablet notified him of his players' deaths and the locations of their deaths. Due to the spacious expanse of the arena, the leaders of each faction are equipped with a tablet that monitors their own players' location and available members. Regrettably, the tablet's capabilities were limited, leaving them blind to their enemy's location until it was too late. Meanwhile, Yuan's divine sense was strong enough to cover the entire island, much less the arena, allowing him to see every player on the battlefield like a god. After a player is defeated, they have to leave the battlefield immediately, and any interaction with those still participating is strictly forbidden. Sometime later, Su Buqin decided to send more players to the Demon Sealing Faction's castle. 3,000 players were split into 3 groups, with 1,000 players in each group. Moreover, each of these groups took separate paths. One group advanced in a straight line, heading to where the previous group was defeated, while the other 2 groups advanced north and south. Looks like the fiery locust swarm decided to ramp things up for the Demon Sealing Faction. How will they deal with this predicament? Yan Xiaoxiao commented. Seeing this, Yuan used his divine sense to communicate with Shi Lang. There are another 1,000 players advancing towards you. Most of them are spirit apprentices and spirit warriors with 30 spirit masters. 1,000, huh? Looks like I can no longer hold back. A nervous smile appeared on Shi Lang's face after hearing this information. Even with his talent and experience, fighting 1,000 players at once would be difficult. After speaking with Shi Lang, Yuan spoke to Wang Bingbing and Wu Zhao. He looked at Wang Bingbing and said, "I'll leave the north to you. They have 1,000 players." Okay. He shifted his gaze to Wu Zhao next and continued, "You can take the south. You'll also face 1,000 players. 1,000 players without any warm-up, huh? No matter. The ancient rank technique will be mine." An excited smile appeared on Wu Zhao's face as he elegantly fanned his face. "In your dreams, Wu Zhao. The reward will be mine." Wang Bingbing exclaimed as she started advancing toward the north. "We shall see about that." Wu Zhao replied as he advanced toward the south. "What is this?" Both Wang Bingbing and Wu Zhao from the Demon Sealing Faction also began moving. And they appear to be heading directly toward the fiery locust swarm's players. How is this possible? It's almost as if they can see everyone's movements. Yao Xiaoxiao expressed her surprise and confusion after seeing the Demon Sealing Faction's movements. The spectators were also bewildered and began wondering if the Demon Sealing Faction had a technique for seeing their opponent's location. Is that why many of the fiery locust swarm members glowed red at the beginning of the match? It must have been caused by the Demon Sealing Faction and have some kind of tracking effect. The audience quickly misunderstood the situation. Meanwhile, Meifeng approached Yuan and asked, "Are you just going to stay here and wait until they are defeated?" Normally, the ruler would stay within the castle and be heavily guarded, but it didn't matter if Meifeng stayed inside or outside due to their insignificant number. In fact, she found it safer beside Yuan. "No, I will be supporting them." Yuan retrieved his dagger and activated the technique 10,000 Ghost Blade, cloning his dagger until there were 300 daggers floating around him. "Go." He commanded the daggers to fly into the air before splitting them into 3 groups and sending 100 daggers to each of his players. What a mythical technique. Player Yuan just created hundreds of daggers out of thin air to support his fellow players. I cannot even imagine the control required for such a feat. Yan Xiaoxiao commented. Meanwhile, the judges who evaluated and approved Yuan's techniques were shocked after watching this. What? He only created 50 daggers during the evaluation. I thought that was the extent of his abilities. He actually held back during an evaluation? Isn't that prohibited? He could be disqualified for this. Honestly, we should have seen this coming. There was no way player Yuan would be so weak. And it's not like cloning his weapons directly poses any danger to the players. Let's just see where this goes. Wang Bingbing and the others quickly noticed the daggers following them from the sky. I thought you weren't going to do anything? Wu Zhao asked him. Yuan smiled and said, I didn't say I'd do nothing. Don't worry, I won't take your kills unless absolutely necessary if that's what you're worried about. I'm actually feeling relieved to know that you'll be watching my back. Wang Bingbing smiled. Fight to your heart's content. Although I will be watching your back, I will only intervene if you're guaranteed to die. Shi Lang first encountered the members of the fiery locust swarm sometime later, as he was closest to their castle. What the? The fiery locust swarm players were taken aback when they saw Shi Lang, who was being followed by 100 floating daggers, feeling a little intimidated by his presence. "Let's dance, you cheating bastards." Shi Lang immediately confronted them with a brave smile on his face. Rain Dragon's crushing waves. Shi Lang's first action was a martial technique, and like an unstoppable tsunami, he clashed with the enemy, who saw the figure of a blue dragon around Shi Lang right before he reached them. Ah! Everyone at the front of the group was sent flying the next second, their badges shattered. In the blink of an eye, over 100 players from the fiery Locust Swarm side were defeated. However, the fiery Locust Swarm players reacted quickly and surrounded Shi Lang. Seeing this, Shi Lang released his cultivation. His spirit grandmaster aura crushed those around him without injuring them, slightly restricting their movements. He then spun his spear above him, scattering his spiritual energy in every direction. Those who were struck by his spiritual energy were immediately sent flying. Fuck. He's much stronger than our spirit grandmasters. Even Su Buqin, who is a spirit lord, might not be his match. These players were shocked by Shi Lang's prowess, but they did not give up hope and started ganging up on him, attacking him from every direction. Shi Lang used his movement technique to avoid most of them and deflected the rest. Even though he was surrounded, he only had to fight several of them at once due to the lack of space. The enemy players were also distracted by the flying daggers in the sky, fearing that they would suddenly start attacking them. However, when the flying daggers remained still even many minutes later, these players started ignoring them and focused on defeating Shi Lang, who had already defeated half of them at this point. The flying daggers must be for show only, a mere distraction. Let's focus on him. Yeah. He must be getting tired by now. Don't give up. At the same time, Wang Bingbing and Wu Zhao just entered their own battle with the enemy. Chapter 1471 Demon Sealing Factions Prowess, 2. Chapter 1471 Demon Sealing Factions Prowess, 2. 1471 Demon Sealing Factions Prowess, 2. Embraced by Heaven's Breath. With a casual wave of his sleeves and fan, Wu Zhao conjured a gust of wind infused with spiritual energy, which he directed towards the group of players charging towards him. Ah! The wind, though not physically harmful, was a force to be reckoned with. It tore through the air, shattering the players' badges into countless pieces, a sight that sent a wave of panic through their ranks. B badge. Quickly. Protect your badges. The players swiftly reached for their badges, protecting them from the wind by embracing them with their palms. Seeing this, Wu Zhao charged into their formation and started smacking the enemy players in the face with his fan. The moment these players removed their hands from their badges or fought back, Wu Zhao immediately went for their badges. Fuck. How is he so fast and slippery? Bastards like an eel. They cursed at him. Despite their best efforts, none of the fiery Locust Swarm players were able to touch Wu Zhao's shadow, much less a hair on his body. In fact, Wu Zhao boasted the fleetest footwork and most agile movements among all members of the Demon Sealing faction, second only to Yuan. Due to his choice of weapon, he couldn't effectively block other larger weapons with his small fan, so he focused on avoiding his enemies. Sometime later, even though Wu Zhao started his fight later than Shi Lang, he managed to defeat all 1,000 enemies before Shi Lang. Although Shi Lang also defeated all 1,000 enemies, he did not come out unscathed and was struck several times. However, he managed to keep his badge safe. During their entire fight, Yuan did not assist them even once. Meanwhile, Wang Bingbing was still in the middle of her fight, and she was struggling the most. She was neither as nimble as Wu Zhao nor had a long weapon like Shi Lang. With that said, she was not weak by any means and still managed to defeat almost 1,000 enemies, albeit with some help from Yuan. After defeating about 900 players alone, Wang Bingbing started feeling fatigued, causing her movements to become more sluggish. One of the enemy players eventually broke through her defenses and would have destroyed her badge if not for Yuan's interference. Right when Wang Bingbing was on the verge of losing her life, the daggers that had been inactive and silently watching the fight like a spectator suddenly moved, blocking the strike that would have taken her life. Wang Bingbing clenched her teeth in frustration after seeing this and decided to stop holding back. They were right. Trying to fight them while holding back so much is incredibly difficult and exhausting. Wang Bingbing stopped being defensive and started attacking more aggressively. Wandering Phantom Sword Arts. Wang Bingbing's figure became blurry and even looked like shed multiplied, splitting into 4 separate figures. What the? The remaining players were surprised by her sudden aggression and use of martial techniques, as she had fought them without any techniques this entire time. If you don't want any broken bones, you'd better block this properly. Wang Bingbing warned them as she charged at them without hesitation. Ah! My hands! I think my fingers are broken. Wang Bingbing purposefully aimed for their hands, as such injuries are not considered severe unless she chopped off their fingers. After defeating her opponents, Wang Bingbing fell to her buttocks and immediately started cultivating to restore her energy. You're holding back a little too much and wasting energy by doing so, Yuan said to her. I'm worried that I'd accidentally used too much strength, she sighed. Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry. I will stop you if I sense that anything might go wrong. Okay. Then I will stop holding back. Wang Bingbing nodded excitedly. Meanwhile, Yao Xiaoxiao continued her commentary. The Demon Sealing faction is truly something. Each of their members has managed to defeat 1,000 players all by themselves. The audience also chatted. While undeniably impressive, they have yet to defeat even 10% of the fiery locust swarm's entire army. Right? And how long can they keep this up? They'll probably be too exhausted even to lift their weapons after another battle or two. Su Buqin looked at his tablet with a pondering expression. They've managed to intercept and defeat all 3 of our groups, huh? He didn't immediately send more players onto the field and waited. Sometime later, several players from the fiery locust swarm returned to the castle after scouting the battlefield and recalled everything they witnessed to Su Buqin. What? They only have 5 players, including the ruler? That's impossible. They are surely hiding inside the castle or somewhere on the field. Su Buqin doubted this information. Unlike the audience, the fiery locust swarm had no idea that they were not fighting against the entire Demon Sealing faction but just half. That's what I thought too, but their ruler was not hiding in their castle but standing out in the open in front of their castle with player Yuan. The other 3 players were fighting our players on the field. No, that can't be. Look again. I don't believe that they're facing us with just 4 people. Su Buqin ordered these scouts to redo their scouting. Yes. These scouts immediately returned to the battlefield and thoroughly searched the entire battlefield for the missing 7 players. Yuan naturally knew about these scouts but purposefully ignored them to see how Su Buqin would react to their information. An hour later, the scouts returned with their results. It's real. They only have 5 players on the field. We've searched the entire battlefield but couldn't find the others. I even sneaked inside their castle to see if they were hiding inside, but as expected, it was empty. Su Buqin narrowed his eyes and pondered the meaning behind their actions. Is this a trap? Or are they seriously looking down on us? After pondering for several minutes, Su Buqin looked at the 39,000 people waiting in front of their castle with a resolute face and shouted, The Demon Sealing faction dares to look down on us and mock us by sending just 5 of their 12 players to confront us in this faction war. Let's show them the consequences of mocking us by trampling over them and shattering their arrogance. The players roared, causing the place to tremble. Shortly later, Su Buqin, accompanied by his entire faction of 39,000 players, marched towards the Demon Sealing faction's castle. Chapter 1472 An Endless Battle. Chapter 1472 An Endless Battle 1472 An Endless Battle, oh my. It looks like the fiery locust swarm has had enough and decided to end this once and for all. Although the Demon Sealing faction has done an excellent job repelling their enemy so far, how are they going to react to the fiery locust swarm's full aggression? Yen Xiaoxiao's voice trembled from excitement. Ha ha ha. It's over for the Demon Sealing faction. There's no way they can defend against this with just 4 people. Hurry up and end this so I can get my winnings. The audience could feel their heartbeat increasing with every step the fiery locust swarm took toward the Demon Sealing faction's castle. Seeing the fiery locust swarms move, Yuan used his divine sense to speak to Wang Bingbing and Wuxia, make your way to Shilang. The fiery locust swarm has finally decided to act. All of them are advancing towards Shilang's direction. Wang Bingbing and Wu Zhao, who had been cultivating to replenish their spiritual energy, immediately stood up and started running towards Shilang's direction. They should still have around 39,000 players left, right? Are you telling us to stop them with just the 3 of us? Wu Zhao asked. Yuan smiled and said, I don't expect you guys to defeat all of them by yourselves, but I want you to defeat as many as you can. I will take over once you guys can no longer continue. Also, I doubt they'll all attack you at once. I hope you're right. They regrouped with Shilang sometime later and prepared to confront the fiery locust swarm. They will arrive soon. After a while, a multitude of people emerged on the horizon, advancing steadily towards them like a vast sea. Wang Bingbing and the others exchanged nervous glances as they stood face to face with the approaching army, their throats dry with apprehension. Nothing could have readied them for this confrontation. Su Buqin, who was leading the army from the front, stopped moving and silently stared at Wang Bingbing and the others. He narrowed his gaze as he questioned, Is it true that only 5 of you are participating in this faction war? So what if it's true? Shilang replied. Are you looking down on us? So what if we are? Wu Zhao sneered. Su Bokin's body trembled in anger. He pointed at them and roared, Where is player Yuan? Tell him to get his ass over here. If you want to fight Yuan, you'll have to get past us first. Humph. Who do you think you are? A bunch of arrogant bastards. It won't take any effort to get rid of you. If it won't take any effort to get rid of us, why did you bother risking everything with performance-enhancing drugs? Wu Zhao asked as he fanned his face, which wore a cheeky smile. What did you say? Su Bokin's face immediately darkened with a deep frown. The players of Fiery Locust Swarm also became anxious upon hearing such words. What? You think we wouldn't know? Shilang chuckled. Those are hefty accusations, but I'll grant you the opportunity to retract them. Su Bokin's voice thundered with anger. There's no point trying to hide it. Chairman Li and the organizers are already aware of it. Wang Bingbing said. If they know, why haven't they taken any action? We should have been disqualified the moment they knew. This proves that you're just making baseless accusations. It's okay if you don't believe us. You'll find out once our match ends. Don't worry, it will end soon. Su Buqin pointed his sword at them and roared in a commanding voice, If you are a spirit apprentice, attack them. But don't let them suffer a quick defeat. Wear them out and make them regret tarnishing our faction's reputation. Hundreds of players immediately detached from the formation and charged at Wang Bingbing and the others. Seeing this, the Demon's Sealing faction immediately raised their weapons and prepared to fight back. Despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, the fiery locust swarm has refrained from unleashing their full force. Yan Xiaoxiao narrated. Surrounded on all sides with no avenue of escape, Wang Bingbing and the others found themselves in a relentless onslaught. Yet, unlike before, they weren't besieged by the entire enemy force at once and only needed to focus on one player at a time. However, with every player they defeated, another swiftly stepped into the fray, ensuring that their battle continued without giving them a chance to catch their breath. 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, despite defeating thousands of players, they were still surrounded with no end in sight. The enemy forces dwindled slightly and at a sluggish pace. Meanwhile, Wang Bingbing and the others found themselves rapidly depleting their energy, their endurance stretched to its limits in this seemingly endless battle. In fact, if it hadn't been for Yuan's interference every now and then through the flying daggers, they would have long lost their lives. How long do we have to keep this up? Shilang cried out loud. While it appeared to the others that he was talking to himself, his words were actually directed at Yuan. If you want to give up, you can. However, I will tell Leah to give special training sessions to the first one to give up. Yuan spoke to them with divine sense. When they heard his words, the thought of giving up immediately vanished from their head. 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, after taking down 7,000 opponents together, they were so worn out they could barely lift their weapons, let alone swing them. Keep pushing them. They're on the verge of collapse. Su Buqin laughed out loud. Player Yuan. Are you seeing this? Stop hiding and get your ass out here. Meanwhile, the audience marveled at the Demon's Sealing faction's remarkable endurance. Goodness gracious. The Demon's Sealing faction has put on quite the spectacle. None of us could have foreseen the extent of their struggle. Sadly, it seems they can hardly press on. Yan Xiaoxiao remarked, voicing the astonishment shared by the onlookers. A few more minutes later, just as Wang Bingbing fell to her knees from exhaustion, Yuan's voice resounded. You guys have done enough. I will take over from here. Chapter 1473 A Single Move. Chapter 1473 A Single Move 1473 A Single Move. After Yuan spoke with Wang Bingbing and the others through divine sense, he pulled his finger across the zither on his lap, creating a powerful ripple that swept throughout the entire battlefield. The ripple traversed at the speed of sound, reaching Wang Bingbing and the others in just a few seconds. As the ripple swept the crowd, every player who had been touched by the ripple was sent tumbling to the ground. Another ripple appeared a second later. When Wang Bingbing and the others were touched by this ripple, they felt their spiritual energy recover a good amount, more than enough for them to move. Come back. Yuan's voice resounded again. Without hesitation, the three of them stood up and started running back to the Demon's Sealing faction's castle. They're trying to escape. Don't let them get away. Chase. Chase after them. Su Buqin hastily shouted when he saw this, and he quickly started chasing after them, with the rest of his faction following behind. Although the spirit apprentices and spirit warriors were quickly left behind, the spirit grandmasters, who were full of energy, quickly caught up with them. However, right when they are about actually to catch up, Yuan interrupts them with the flying daggers. Fuck. This must be Player Yuan's doing. Why are you still hiding like a coward, Player Yuan? Come out and face us if you dare. You are the one who challenged us, not the other way around. As they approached the Demon's Sealing faction's territory, Yuan said to Mei Feng, I will go now. What about me? Stay here. The others will be returning soon. Okay. Yuan turned to face the fiery locust swarm and flew toward their direction. Player Yuan is finally on the move. And he's speeding towards the fiery locust swarm like a bullet. Yan Xiaoxiao's voice brimmed with excitement as she witnessed the scene, her shout echoing loudly through the air. Does he really think he'll be able to defeat the fiery locust swarm by himself? They still have over 30,000 players left. Does he think he can enter the scene at the last second and defeat the enemy like a hero? What an arrogant and delusional bastard. Why is he so popular, anyway? We don't even know his capabilities. He may be a top player but nobody has seen him in action before. I think he was already famous before. If I recall correctly, he was a musician. Being the number one player boosted such popularity. What makes him the number one player? Because he ascends faster than everyone else? I don't think that is a good indicator. Sometime later, Yuan reached his destination. The Demon's Sealing faction players stopped running when they saw Yuan. Su Buqin and everyone else stopped chasing after them and lifted their head to look at Yuan, who hovered above them like a deity. Yuan. Wang Bingbing felt like crying when she saw him, especially after what she'd just experienced. He smiled at her and said, Good work, you guys. Regroup with Miss Mei Feng and get some rest. I will take care of them now. I can stay behind just in case, said Shi Lang. You can stay here to watch if you want, but you won't have a chance to help. That's good enough. I want to see how you'll deal with them. Shi Lang nodded. That's not fair. I also want to watch. Wang Bingbing said. Wuxia shook his head and said, Guess I'll return alone. Don't you dare let them get to the castle, Yuan. Yuan acknowledged with a confident smile. As Wuxia left the scene, Yuan retrieved his sword and swung it at the ground. Shaw. He engraved a long sword mark in the ground that served as a line, separating him and the demon sealing faction members. None of you will make it past this line, Yuan declared in a calm voice with an overbearing aura around him. Ha ha ha. You sure act big for someone on the verge of defeat, player Yuan. Su Buqin pointed his sword at Yuan and laughed. On the verge of defeat? Who decided that? Open your eyes and see for yourself. You are the only one who can fight from your side while we still have over 32,000 players left. We outnumber you 32,000 to 1. Even you can't do anything about this. Yuan's gaze swept across the army below him, sending chills down their back. Without saying a word, he retrieved his zither and pulled a single string. Heaven-severing zither arts. Ding! A profound ripple swept the battlefield, instantly destroying over 7,000 badges from the fiery Locust swarm side. Now I am only outnumbered 25,000 to 1, Yuan spoke in a calm voice a moment later. What? Not only the members of the fiery Locust swarm but also every single spectator present was shaken to their core by the sight of Yuan effortlessly dispatching 7,000 players in the blink of an eye. Heavens! What did we just witness? With a single move, player Yuan eliminated over 7,000 players from the battlefield. What a power play! Yao Xiaoxiao couldn't contain her excitement and started shouting like a fangirl. The judges who evaluated his technique stared at the live stream with their jaws touching the ground. What monstrous control! I thought it was already amazing enough when he accurately hit 500 targets at once during the evaluation. Xia Jingyi's expression reflected sheer awe as she murmured, what level of mastery and control must one attain to achieve even half of what had just done? Meanwhile, Yuan continued speaking as he stared at Su Buqin. I could easily wipe all of you with a single note, but that would take away all the fun, so I only removed those who aren't under the effects of performance-enhancing drugs. As for the rest of you, sorry, but I'll have you stick around for a little longer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1474 Unparalleled Dominance. Chapter 1474 Unparalleled Dominance 1474 Unparalleled Dominance. After witnessing Yuan's overwhelming prowess, the fiery Locust swarm players subconsciously started taking steps backward, almost as though they were unwilling to confront him. Seeing this, Su Buqin angrily roared at them, what the fuck are you guys doing? He must have consumed most, if not all, of his energy with that one attack just now. There is nothing to fear. We still overwhelmingly outnumber him. After hearing his words, the players stopped moving back, which made sense. After all, there was no way a mere spirit grandmaster would have enough spiritual energy to repeat such a powerful technique. They clenched tightly onto their weapons and advanced toward Yuan, who casually hovered in the air. Su Buqin pointed his weapon at Yuan and shouted, "Come down and fight us if you dare." Yuan smiled and descended to the ground. I was going to do that even without your yapping. After all, how else am I going to beat you all? He tossed the zither in his hands to Wang Bingbing, who swiftly caught it. Then, wielding a sword in his right hand and a dagger in his left, Yuan approached the nearest player. Ah! Seeing Yuan approaching him, the player immediately released a war cry before swinging his weapon. Yuan countered with his dagger, blocking the attack. Then, using his sword, disarmed the player. After disarming the player, Yuan started smacking him in the face with the sword until both of his cheeks were swollen, destroying his badge half a second later. This happened in less than 3 seconds, leaving the player confused and baffled. However, Yuan did not stop after eliminating the player and immediately moved to the next one. The players tried to fight back, but none of them were able to block his attacks, much less land a hit on him. In less than a minute, Yuan eliminated over 20 players, none of whom left the battlefield without being badly beaten. Why are you fighting him one at a time? Surround him and attack him together, Su Buqin instructed. The players followed his instructions and quickly surrounded Yuan before attacking him together from all directions. However, no matter how many people attacked him at once, Yuan flawlessly blocked their attack, even striking back. The players felt like they were fighting someone with more than 2 arms. Su Buqin would occasionally send a few spirit masters into the fray to catch him by surprise, but this was completely ineffective. It was almost as if spirit masters were not different from spirit apprentices in his eyes. Let's speed this up a little, shall we? Yuan suddenly tossed his dagger into the air, and in the blink of an eye, it duplicated until 1,000 flying daggers were in the sky. Wah! Before the players could even react, the daggers rained down upon them, smacking them in the faces and stabbing their bodies. The players desperately tried to defend themselves, but they were simply powerless. In the blink of an eye, the fiery locust swarm had dropped to 20,000 members. Fuck! How is he still fighting like this? He should have exhausted his spiritual energy long ago. Su Buqin anxiously gritted his teeth. Sometime later, he commanded 100 spirit masters and 3 spirit grandmasters to run past Yuan and target the demon sealing faction's ruler. Even if you capture their ruler, don't take their life yet, he said to them. Yes. These players ignored the battle between Yuan and the other players, running past him. However, right as they reached the sword mark, they sensed a cold gaze bearing down on them, sending chills throughout their entire body. I thought I said nobody would make it past the line. Yuan's voice resounded, followed by an unfathomable pressure that restricted all of their movements. Heavenly Domain. Upon Heavenly Domain's activation, all the players on the field felt as though their bodies were being restricted in invisible chains. It did not matter whether they were spirit apprentices or a spirit lord like Su Buqin, none of them could lift a single finger within the Heavenly Domain. What is happening on the battlefield? Why did everyone's movements suddenly halt? It's as if they're all frozen in time. What a phenomenon. Xianxia expressed bewilderment after witnessing the scene. Wait a moment. I take back my words just a second ago. It appears that everyone but player Yuan is frozen. This must be his doing. What kind of technique did he use to stop their movements? The judges who evaluated him felt their souls leaving their bodies after witnessing this. He could completely restrict the movements of 20,000 people with that technique? That's totally cheating. He purposefully misled us during the evaluation again. They had experienced Heavenly Domain firsthand during the evaluation, but their movements were not completely stripped away, they were only made sluggish. Meanwhile, while the entire battlefield was frozen in time, Yuan casually walked out of his encirclement and approached the players who tried to get past the sword mark, each of his steps calm and steady, almost as though he had all the time in the world. Heavens! It's like he's taking a stroll in the park. What is he planning on doing next? Xianxiao's voice shivered from anticipation. As Yuan approached the group of players behind the sword mark, he raised his sword in a batting motion before striking them in the stomach with swift, precise blows, sending them hurtling back to Su Buqin's side like mere insects swatted away. He continued to do this for the next several minutes until all of those players were back right where they started. Afterward, he walked right back into the encirclement and released the Heavenly Domain, allowing them to move again. Let's continue, shall we? Yuan beckoned the dazed players surrounding him. Yet, none of them dared to move. His recent actions rendered not only the players but also the entire audience speechless, stunned by the display of his unparalleled power and dominance. Chapter 1475 End of the Faction War. Chapter 1475 End of the Faction War. 1475 End of the Faction War. Seeing how nobody dared to approach him, Yuan approached them himself. That fucking monster. How does he still have the energy to do that kind of stuff? The players who were swatted like flies all spat out some blood after spending a few moments on the ground groaning in pain. More like, where is he even getting the energy to do that when we can't use our powerful techniques because of the lack of spiritual energy in the air? Leader, what should we do now? Su Buqin clenched his teeth and fists until they bled. I refuse to believe that he's not exhausted after all that. He must be running low. We still have plenty of players to spare, too. He raised his voice and continued, do not fear. He's definitely running out of energy. It's only a matter of time. Whoever brings down player Yuan will receive $1 million and a heaven-rank cultivation technique. Hearing this, the players roared and started charging at him again, their eyes raging with determination. This is more like it. Yuan laughed out loud as he continued his dance with the fiery Locust swarm players. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, as time passed, the players began doubting whether Yuan was really tired, much less exhausted. His movements remained fluid, and his breathing steady, mirroring the calmness he exhibited when the fight initially began. Leader, when is he going to run out of energy? The spirit grandmasters, waiting for their turn to strike, asked. We're down to 15,000 players. At this rate, take 5,000 players and charge through the line. My name is not Subuqin if he can stop you. He commanded. Yes. Thus, the spirit grandmasters gathered 5,000 players from the rear of the formation and made another attempt to cross the line. When Wang Bingbing and Shi Lang saw this, they prepared to intercept them. Yet again, just as these players were on the verge of crossing the line, an invisible force constrained their movements, thwarting their advance. It's okay. Don't panic. He won't be able to restrict our movements for much longer. Subuqin shouted. Yuan looked at him and smiled. Do you want to put that theory to the test? After all, we still have plenty of time left for our match. After saying those words, he took a seat on the ground and closed his eyes. Looks like player Yuan has used the mysterious technique to restrict his enemy's movements again. But why isn't he doing anything? A few minutes later, Yan Xiaoxiao seemed to have realized something and commented, I think player Yuan is trying to tell the fiery Locust swarm something, that he could do this all day if he wanted. As expected of player Yuan. His confidence and arrogance are simply off the chart. But let's see how long he can truly last. Surely, that technique consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. 10 minutes later. Fuck. How much longer do we have to stay like this? My butt is itchy, but I cannot relieve it. Who said he was getting exhausted? What a load of bullshit. Leader. Please do something about this. With each passing moment of their movement being restricted by Yuan, the anxiety among the fiery Locust swarm players surged, intensifying their sense of unease. Player Yuan. How long do you plan on messing with us? Fight us fair and square. Subuqin roared at him. Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Subuqin. Fair and square? That's funny coming from you. And if I don't mess with you a little, our match would have ended the moment it started, he said as he stood up and approached Subuqin. Be bullshit. Yuan stopped in front of him and sneered, bullshit? I could have easily destroyed all of your badges in the last 10 minutes instead of doing nothing. He raised his hand and gently poked Subuqin's badge with his sword. I could have eliminated all of you with my first move. He lowered his sword and asked, do you know why I didn't? Why? Subuqin asked in a trembling voice. Because I wanted to enjoy something before it ceases to exist. Huh? What are you even talking about? Subuqin wore a puzzled frown on his face. Little did he know that following this match, Yuan would create a formation enabling players to unleash their full strength without the looming fear of inadvertently causing harm to one another, which would inevitably change faction wars completely. Thus, he decided to enjoy it a little before that happened. You'll understand it soon, or not, since you'll be prohibited from participating in any future matches for using performance-enhancing drugs. Anyways, I guess it's about time I wrap this up. It was fun at the beginning, but I'm getting bored and do not want to look like a bully. The following moment, Yuan deactivated Heavenly Domain and used 10,000 ghost blades to clone his dagger to the technique's limit of 10,000. As 10,000 daggers ominously hovered above the battlefield, exuding a menacing aura, the fiery Locust swarm players hesitated to make a move despite having regained their ability to do so. Seconds later, the daggers descended with swift and brutal precision, resulting in a scene that could only be described as a merciless massacre. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 players were eliminated. After another blink, the remaining players were also eliminated, with just one player remaining. I'll give you a chance, Yuan said as he looked at Subuqin, who wore a look of disbelief on his face. Don't worry, I won't use any techniques. Subuqin gritted his teeth, his grip on his weapon tightening as he charged fiercely at Yuan. A few seconds later, In less than 10 exchanges, Yuan sent Su Buqin tumbling face first to the ground. Is this the best you can do after stuffing your face with treasures and performance-enhancing drugs? Even the weakest member of Eternal Lotuses lasted longer than you. How disappointing. Yuan threw his sword at Su Buqin, shattering the badge around his waist and putting an end to their match. Chapter 1476 Post-Match Speech. Chapter 1476 Post-Match Speech 1476 Post-Match Speech. Looks like we have a winner. Against all odds, the Demon's Sealing faction has managed to defeat the fiery Locust swarm and emerged victorious in this faction war. Xianxia announced in excitement. Let's all give a round of applause to the Demon's Sealing faction for their outstanding performance and the fiery Locust swarm for their effort. However, instead of celebrating, the majority of the audience was crying and cursing out loud, as they had bet a lot of money on the fiery Locust swarm's victory. Fiery Locust swarm, you sons of bitches. I bet my entire savings on you. How could you lose to 5 players with over 40,000 players? You're fucking trash. Fuck. This must have been a setup to steal our money. There's no way the Demon's Sealing faction won this. It just doesn't make sense. Right? That frozen movement bullshit must have been an act. There's no way such a powerful technique could exist. The audience erupted into an uproar, leaving Xianxia feeling a tinge of panic. She knew the Demon's Sealing faction's victory would cause an upset, but she didn't anticipate it reaching such a level. I want a refund. This is a scam. This match was scripted. I want a refund. 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 The masses started chanting loudly. Ha ha ha. Look at these losers. That's what they get for not believing in player Yuan. I made a killing because of this match. Thank you, player Yuan. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Amidst the clamor of the enraged crowd, there were still voices of gratitude, though they were drowned out by the majority. Meanwhile, inside one of the VIP rooms at Arena 1, Fiery Queen found herself in a furious outburst, hurling furniture about in a fit of rage. That useless bastard. I poured so much resources and effort into him and his faction, and this is how he repays me? By suffering such a humiliating defeat? Although the fiery Locust swarm wasn't Fiery Queen's faction, it was associated with her main faction as a subsidiary faction, the Fiery Garden of Hell, which was ranked 5th in the world. Sometime later, Xianxia appeared on the battlefield in person with a microphone in her hands. She approached Yuan, who had regrouped with the others at their castle and was waiting for someone to tell them to leave the arena. Hello, player Yuan and the Demon's Sealing faction. I am Xianxia, and I am here for your post-match speech. It doesn't have to be long. If there's anything you want to say to the audience or the world, please don't hesitate. Yuan turned to look at her. She was a stunning young lady who commanded attention with her tall stature and graceful and confident standing. Her slender figure highlights her elegant poise, and she moves with a fluid grace that captivates all who behold her. Her vibrant pink hair cascades in soft waves, framing her face like a crown of blossoms in full bloom. But it's her sparkling emerald eyes and warm smile that truly mesmerizes anyone who meets her. With every glance, they seem to reveal a myriad of emotions, drawing people in with their magnetic allure. Wah! Xianxia. I didn't expect to meet my idol in such a place. Wuxia exclaimed, his face flushed and shocked. Huh? You know her? Shi Lang looked at him with a surprised face. Of course. She's a famous idol and singer. I learned about her shortly after moving out of the Jaded Garden, and I've been a fan since then. Wuxia spoke in a proud manner. Do all of us have to give a speech? Wang Bingbing asked. Nope. Just one of you will be fine. Then it's obvious who will do the talking. They all turned to look at Yuan. Seeing this, he beckoned for the microphone. Player Yuan will now give us a quick post-match speech. She quickly announced. Here you go. Xianxia grabbed Yuan's hand with her free hand before intimately handing over the microphone to him, causing Wuxia's eyebrows to twitch. Thank you. Although the others couldn't hear the audience's cursing, Yuan could hear them very well with his divine sense. He raised the microphone to his lips and spoke in a clear and calm voice. Hello, this is Yuan speaking. I'm sure that many, if not most of you, are not satisfied with the results of this faction war. You're probably thinking that this was staged or that I cheated. Honestly, I don't care what you think or how you're feeling. This is the result. Whether you like it or not will not change anything, so suck it up and learn your lesson, that lesson being never to bet against me because I will always disappoint you. Xianxia and the others stared at him with bewildered expressions, clearly caught off guard by Yuan's sudden decision to provoke the audience. What are you doing, player Yuan? Xianxia called out to him in a low, mosquito-like voice. Yuan glanced at her and smiled, but he continued speaking. Fiery Queen, I'm sure you're not satisfied with the results either. Huh? Inside her room, Fiery Queen suddenly halted her movements when she heard her name being called out and snapped her head to stare at the live stream. Therefore, I will give you a chance to avenge your goons. Fiery Queen, I challenge your faction to a faction war with the same terms as this one. I don't care if you want to do it tomorrow or a month from now. I will send you the request later. The entire place turned dead silent as everyone tried to comprehend the situation before them. That arrogant son of a bitch. Fiery Queen threw an entire table across the room after hearing Yuan's challenge to her. You think you are invincible because you have a few tricks up your sleeves? Good. If you want a fight, I will give you one. She retrieved her phone and called a number. Send a challenge request to the Demon's Ceiling faction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1477 Fiery Garden of Hell. Chapter 1477 Fiery Garden of Hell 1477 Fiery Garden of Hell, did I hear him correctly? He wants to challenge the Fiery Garden of Hell next. They are ranked 5th in the world with over 500,000 members. He can't be serious, right? Even if he's a little excited about defeating the fiery locust swarm, this is a little too much. Even if he challenges them and loses, it won't help me get my money back. Why did he target Fiery Queen, specifically? Do they have some sort of grievances with each other? Obviously. If you didn't know, the fiery locust swarm is a subsidiary faction of Fiery Queen's main faction. The audience erupted into a frenzy of shock and surprise, their collective gasps and murmurs filling the air as Yuan's unexpected declaration of war still reverberated within their minds. That's all I have to say. Thank you for being here today. Yuan handed the microphone back to Xianxia, who absent-mindedly accepted it, standing there with a dumbfounded expression plastered across her face. Let's leave now, he said to the others, who silently nodded their heads, clearly just as surprised as everyone else. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Yuan smiled. Don't worry. I have no intention of dragging you into the faction war. This is my personal battle with Fiery Queen. I will confront her alone, though I will need one of you to assume the role of ruler. Are you serious, young master? Fiery Queen's faction, Fiery Garden of Hell, is ranked 5th in the world, and it has over 500,000 members. That's over 10 times the number of players we had to fight today. The formation will be ready by the time we fight, so I don't need to hold back as much. Even if there's 1,000,000 of them, it won't change a thing. As they made their way to the exit, Xianxia snapped out of her daze and chased after them. Player Yuan. If you don't mind me asking, how much of your true capabilities did you display today? I have a feeling that you're still holding back your true strength. How much, huh? Would you believe me if I said that ID only displayed 1% of my true capabilities? Oh, 1%. Xianxia stared at him with a gawking expression. He chuckled. All the techniques I showcased today are among my weakest and least lethal, as I lack confidence in restraining myself enough to prevent accidental fatalities if I were to employ my stronger techniques. However, that will change soon. Huh? What do you mean? How will things change? You'll find out soon. Sometime later, they encountered Chairman Li, who was waiting for them at the end of the exit. That was some post-match speech, Yuan. Thank you. The others are waiting for you. Are you able to come with me now? Sure. Yuan looked at the others and continued, you guys can regroup with Yu Rou and the others. I will come once I am done with the meeting. Okay. Mei Feng and the others left shortly after, leaving Yuan, Chairman Li, and Yan Xiaoxiao alone. Miss Yan, do you need something? Chairman Li asked her when he noticed that Shed stayed. She quickly nodded and turned to look at Yuan before speaking, I am actually a big fan of the Demon's Ceiling faction, especially you, player Yuan. It was your music that got me into singing. I'm sure the entire world will be talking about your faction after today, and if you don't mind, I would like to visit the Demon's Ceiling faction to interview you and your members to help the world understand you guys better. An interview, huh? Yuan mumbled with a pondering face. I believe the interview is a good thing, Yuan, Chairman Li suddenly interjected, his tone serious. With the Demon's Ceiling faction's debut, it'll be much harder to remain in seclusion, not to mention the results of your faction war with the fiery Locust swarm. Public sentiment will be low if not already, and this interview will definitely help you regain some. I know you don't care about such things, but think of your fellow members. After a moment of silence, Yuan nodded, an interview, huh? I don't mind. And I am not doing this to change the public sentiment toward us. I think it's a good thing to spread the others' reputation. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I swear I won't disappoint you. Yan Xiaoxiao almost started jumping up and down from excitement. Here is my contact information. You can give me a call whenever you are ready for the interview. She quickly wrote down her phone number on a napkin and handed it to him. All right, I'll give you a call after I speak with everyone. Yan Xiaoxiao left the scene shortly after, and Yuan followed Chairman Li to the office where the protection formation had been built. You'll be in a disguise, correct? How should I address you? Chairman Li asked as they walked. You can call me Mr. Xian. Okay. After consuming an appearance-altering pill and transforming into a handsome middle-aged man, Yuan entered the room with Chairman Li. Upon entering, Yuan found several individuals already present, each emanating an aura of authority and accustomed to commanding respect. Allow me to introduce you all to Mr. Xian, the formation expert who will be creating the protection formation. Chairman Li introduced Yuan to the people inside the room before taking a seat with them. Please, have a seat. They gestured to him. Yuan nodded calmly and settled into a seat, his demeanor composed and unhurried. We've already been briefed about this formation that is allegedly capable of safeguarding players from serious harm or death during faction wars, but we need to hear it directly from you, Mr. Xian, one of the individuals said, his tone serious. Please provide us with a comprehensive overview of this formation and your qualifications. We will be entrusting countless lives to it, so we cannot do this half-heartedly. I understand. Yuan nodded and proceeded to explain about the formation in more detail. Chapter 1478 Heaven's Protection Grand Array. Chapter 1478 Heaven's Protection Grand Array 1478 Heaven's Protection Grand Array. This formation is officially known as the Heaven's Protection Grand Array. It's a level 6 formation that prevents any death and serious injuries as long as one remains within the formation and someone doesn't significantly exceed the strength of its creator. Yuan explained to the people in the room. For example, I can slice your throat with a sword or stab your eyes with a dagger, and you'll be perfectly fine as long as you stay within the formation. However, you'd still experience the sensation of pain as if the injury were genuine. Of course, if you're worried about that, I can also create a formation that can alter the amount of pain you experience. The protection formation isn't limited to weapons. From martial techniques that can cleave mountains to spiritual attacks, it can protect one from all sorts of damage. If you would like to experience its effectiveness firsthand, we already have the formation set up in this room, so you can go ahead and test it immediately. Hearing his words, the people in the room exchanged glances with each other. Clearly, nobody there wanted to go first and was suspicious of its reliability. Seeing this, Chairman Li stood up and said, I will volunteer to go first even though I have already experienced its effectiveness firsthand. He retrieved a steel sword and placed it on the table. I don't care who does it. Go ahead and swing that sword at me with the intention to kill me. Are you sure you want to do this, Chairman Li? What if something goes wrong? How can you put so much trust in someone with no credibility or reputation? I don't mean to be rude, but I've never heard of you until today, Mr. Xian. Everyone in the room turned to look at Yuan. It was only natural to be suspicious of someone they've never heard of yet claimed to be able to create level 6 formations when their best array masters are only level 2. I don't blame you for doubting my abilities. It's true that I am a nobody, and the reason you have never heard of me is that I prefer to remain low-key. I'll be completely honest with you. I have studied formations even before existed. What? How is that possible? I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but cultivation existed long before existed. There are even hidden families that have been cultivating since ancient times. I am from one of these families. The room fell silent. While the existence of these hidden families, such as those from Jaded Garden, remained concealed from the public eye, they were long known among society's elite echelons. Why have you decided to come out of hiding to do this? One of them suddenly asked. Yuan shrugged. With the entire world now aware of cultivation, there's no longer any reason to remain hidden. I am also tired of living a secluded life. What do you wish to gain from this? Fame? Wealth? I don't need any of that, nor am I asking for any payment. I am doing this simply because I find entertainment in faction wars, and I wish to make it even more entertaining for myself. This is purely an act of self-interest, nothing more, nothing less. With that being said, I have a favor, that you keep my identity a secret. After another moment of silence, one of the people there suddenly picked up the sword on the table and swung it at Chairman Li with all of his might. Wah! Because it happened so suddenly and without any warning, Chairman Li was not prepared for the attack and was taken aback when he was struck in the neck with it. The force was strong enough to send Chairman Li flying toward the wall, slamming into it. Fuck. That hurt. You could have, at the very least, warned me before you struck. Chairman Li cursed at the person who struck him after coughing a little. Heavens, he's actually unharmed. The people in the room stared at him with bewildered expressions. Let me try. Another person suddenly snatched the sword and swung it at the person who had just swung at Chairman Li. You fucker. Are you trying to scare me to death? The person who just got struck cursed loudly after getting off the floor a moment later. Soon, everyone in the room started swinging their weapons at each other without a care in the world. Ha ha ha. Taste my blade, you bastard. The situation reminded Yuan of his days in the orphanage when the children would pretend to fight each other with wooden sticks as weapons. Once they were tired of using their weapons, they started throwing their martial techniques around, quickly destroying the entire room. Yuan didn't interrupt them and patiently waited for them to finish. Several minutes later, Chairman Li and the others lay on the floor, visibly exhausted from their exertions. Are you guys satisfied with my formation? Yuan asked them with a calm smile on his face. Very much. So as long as we are inside this formation, we are essentially immortal? Yuan nodded, yes. You said that someone stronger than the creator might break the formation, correct? How strong are you? I will have the cultivation of a peak spirit king when I create the formation, so unless someone reaches spirit sovereign, it's impossible to break the formation. Peak spirit king? They were all shocked to learn his cultivation, Chairman Li included, as he thought Yuan was only a mere spirit grandmaster. Is there anything else we should know about the formation? What about additional functions? Let me think for a bit. Yuan closed his eyes and asked Yuning. Well, I can make it so that the formation will automatically teleport those who have taken enough damage to die to safety, she said. That's actually great. We won't need to wear a badge if we can automatically remove those who take too much damage. Yuan opened his eyes and shared with the others about the other function. It can do that, too. This formation is so convenient. Is there anything it can't do? Sometime later, after sharing with each other their thoughts on the matter, Chairman Li said to Yuan, we will redesign all of the arenas for this change. Do you mind waiting until then to create the formations? How long will that take? We will halt all faction wars to focus on the reconstruction and work around the clock, so it shouldn't take too long. I'd say about a month or so, including the time it'll take to plan and design the new arenas. Yuan nodded. All right, let's do just that then. After talking for a little longer, Yuan left the office with Chairman Li. Then I will contact you once the reconstruction is nearly finished. Sure. One more thing. When do you want to schedule your faction war with Fiery Queen? If they accept the challenge, we can do it immediately once the formation is completed. It will also be a good chance to show off the formation's effectiveness since many people will be doubtful at first. I understand. After Yuan left, Chairman Li promptly returned to the office to join the others in the task of redesigning the arenas. Chapter 1479 Alliance with Eternal Lotuses. Chapter 1479 Alliance with Eternal Lotuses 1479 Alliance with Eternal Lotuses. Chairman Li, who was that person? I doubt that was his real appearance. One of the people in the room suddenly inquired when he returned. Are you really asking me about his identity when he clearly wants to keep it hidden for whatever reason? Chairman Li's piercing gaze met the person who had just spoken, his displeasure etched on his face. Are you going to be responsible for offending him because you care so much about his identity? Are you going to risk everything over a mere identity? Silence fell over the room as his words resonated with compelling logic, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Chairman Li sighed a moment later. I know what you're all thinking, but forget about it. He's not someone you can take advantage of. Then how will we deal with the others? Once we halt the faction wars, inquiries will undoubtedly come flooding in from every direction. Someone voiced his concern. Let them question us. It's not like we're doing something illegal or suspicious, so well, just answer them truthfully. Any more questions? That surnamed Xian, is he truly trustworthy? And how much do you trust him? Chairman Li stared at them with a serious expression on his face and responded in a clear voice. I trust him enough to risk my life. The people in the room exchanged glances with each other before nodding their heads. Chairman Li, our trust lies in you, not in that individual, so if you say that you'll trust him, we won't make things difficult for you. Let's immediately start the Great Battlefield's renovation, shall we? Meanwhile, after Yuan regrouped with Meifeng and the others, they left Arena 1. Not wanting to be recognized or surrounded, they all consumed an appearance-altering pill before leaving. Young Master, Fiery Garden of Hell has sent us a challenge request. The terms are the same as the one we sent to Fiery Locust Swarm. Meifeng notified him as they made their way to buy Lianhua's private jet. Is that so? Go ahead and accept it. I already did, she said with a smile. Now we wait until they finish their renovations. While Yuan and the others flew away from the great battlefield, discussions about the Demon Sealing faction's shocking debut filled every forum and website related to faction wars and... I just watched the Demon Sealing faction's debut. Is player Yuan even human? His members are also very strong. I can tell that they were holding back quite a lot, too. They really made a fool out of the Fiery Locust Swarm and those who mocked them. I always believed in player Yuan. Does anyone know what techniques were used by player Yuan? Can they be found in the myriad of techniques? Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've seen player Yuan's capabilities outside of. As for his capabilities inside Cultivation Online, it has yet to be seen. Young Master, we're getting a lot of emails from powerful backgrounds who wish to purchase the techniques you displayed during the faction war. Meifeng suddenly said to him as she browsed through her laptop. Some of them are from the 10 great families. Just ignore them, he casually said. Okay. Everyone is talking about your faction, Yuro chuckled as she swiped through her phone. It'd be weird if they weren't. Wang Bingbing shrugged. While we're on the topic of factions. Lianhua, want to form an alliance with the Demon Sealing faction? Huh? Bai Lianhua turned to look at him with a surprised face. I'm not sure if the concept of alliances between factions exists yet, but you understand its significance, don't you? Yuan continued. Essentially, we'll be mutually assisting each other in an official manner. Alliances exist. The Fiery Locust Swarm and Fiery Garden of Hell, for example. But I'm not sure how we'll be able to assist you guys. Bai Lianhua shook her head. We might never need your help and vice versa, but we'll never know for sure. Of course, even if you refuse to form an alliance with us, we won't do something as petty as refusing to help you in the future. Bai Lianhua quickly responded, I'm not refusing to form an alliance with you. In fact, I could not be any happier to do so. I'm just a little worried about our qualifications. Who cares about something as insignificant as that? The only qualification you need is my approval, and you already have it. Yuan smiled. If you say so, then I won't be humble. Bai Lianhua nodded. Then we'll be in your care. Yuan extended his hand for a shake. Bai Lianhua showed a bittersweet smile as she shook his hand. We're already in your care with the techniques you'll be giving us. Then I'll send you the alliance request right now, Mei Feng suddenly said. A few moments later, Bai Lianhua accepted the request, officially forming their alliance. Sometime later, they returned to the Eternal Lotuses headquarters. Make sure to visit us again soon, brother. And I don't mean next year. Yuro said to him at the front gate. I know. I'll visit you again next month before our faction war with the fiery Garden of Hell. Also, I'll be activating the formation to limit our cultivation soon, so don't be alarmed when your cultivation is suddenly suppressed. Okay. Huh? What are you talking about? Wang Bingbing and the others looked at him with puzzled faces. I'll explain it on the way back. Sometime later, they left the Eternal Lotus's residence and made their way back to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. What? You're going to limit everyone's cultivation to peak spirit Grandmaster? Shi Lang exclaimed in a shocked voice after learning of his plan. Heavens, you can do something like that? Wang Bingbing was shocked for another reason. As crazy as it sounds, I actually support it. Humans are capable of ridiculous things, much less cultivators. Wu Zhao said. Mei Feng nodded, I was actually going to bring this matter up sooner or later. I'm glad you're way ahead of me in this regard. The last thing we need are crazy cultivators changing terrains for whatever reason. Yuan then said, I'll explain this in more detail once we return and everyone is present. Chapter 1489 Divine Supremes. Chapter 1489 Divine Supremes 1489 Divine Supremes. When they returned to the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Yuan went to see the Lord's condition while everyone else went back to the mansion. Upon seeing the Lord, Yuan was relieved to notice a significant improvement in his condition. The Lord's eyes shone with renewed clarity, his red fur now vibrant with life. Welcome back, Yuan. The Lord greeted him with a smile. You look much better. Yes, and it's all thanks to you and Jiran. Yuan looked at the starry abyss resting not far away with a smile. He must be utterly exhausted if he hasn't even noticed our return, Yuan muttered in a low voice. That's the downside to being just a soul without its body. While cultivators at his level don't require a dantian to contain spiritual energy, the amount of energy he can store inside his soul is much more limited. Also, even if they regain their physical body, they'll need to rebuild it from scratch. Yuning could be heard sighing when she heard the Lord's words, which reminded her of the sad reality. However, even if she had to rebuild her body from scratch, it was better than having her soul slowly rotting away in the shadow realm. The spiritual energy in this world is too weak to recover Jiran's exhausted energy, so you'll have to let him do it within the 9 heavens. The Lord said a moment later. Yuan nodded and retrieved the starry abyss. By the way, the Lord lifted his head to gaze at the sky and smiled. You are responsible for that formation, correct? Yes. I am going to suppress everyone's cultivation base. Do you object to my method? Yuan asked. You're doing it to protect this world, no? I am. Then why would I object? Although I am preserving this world, I am not doing it purely out of my love for humans. Indeed, I love them, but I also despise them at the same time. The Lord sighed with a heavy breath. He continued, humans possess an innate greed, willing to resort to heinous acts in pursuit of power. Their hunger for control is insatiable, and even a fleeting taste of power can drive them to madness. Of course, I fully understand that not every human is a power-hungry beast, but it only takes one to inflict irreparable damage and ruin everything for the rest. If you hadn't acted, I would have created the formation myself sooner or later. Why do you think the 9 heavens operate the way it does? The lower heavens would have collapsed long ago if immortals were allowed to dwell there. Yuan smiled at his words and asked out of curiosity, Lord. I have been wondering this for a while, but why are you sacrificing your own life for this world? I mean, I am aware that you'd still perish with this world if it were to collapse, but wouldn't that be better than slowly suffering as this world's protector? Hearing his question, the Lord lifted his head to gaze at the sky with a calm yet emotional gaze. As the descendant of the immortal monarch, you deserve to know. This world, before it was separated from the 9 heavens, was the birthplace of the immortal monarch, and my father was one of the 9 divine supremes. The 9 divine supremes are the divine beasts that were directly under the immortal monarch. They were all supreme beings at the peak of their respective bloodline, each capable of rivaling the entire world. My father, who was known as the Crimson Terror, used to be a walking calamity who hunted and consumed humans on a daily basis. However, he changed after being humbled by the immortal monarch and grew to love humans. The Crimson Terror, huh? After hearing this name, a vague image appeared inside Yuan's head, but no matter how much he tried to remember, he could not get a clear image. So you're doing this for your father? I am doing this for my father and the immortal monarch. If it weren't for the immortal monarch, humans would have never stopped hunting our race. The same could be said for the other races since it was the immortal monarch who united the human race and beasts. Yuan stared at the Lord with a silent gaze, seemingly pondering something. After a brief moment of silence, he smiled warmly and expressed, I'm at a loss for words to convey my gratitude to you, Lord. I don't deserve your gratitude since I am not doing this for you, Lord said with a calm smile. However, that smile immediately froze when he heard Yuan's next words. No, you did. I have the immortal monarch bloodline not because I am his descendant but because I am the immortal monarch himself. You, what, huh? The Lord's eyes widened with immense shock. Seeing his bewildered face, Yuan repeated, I am the immortal monarch, his reincarnation, to be precise. Unfortunately, I do not have all of my memories, but I am slowly regaining them. Thud. The Lord fell to his knees, his face filled with disbelief. Is this real? Or am I dreaming? He murmured in a bewildered tone, struggling to comprehend the surreal turn of events. Yuan nodded and spoke, my name was Tian. The first to follow me was dragon goddess Yao, followed by the primordial phoenix, Feng Yuming. My third companion was the eater of stars, Xingrui. Regrettably, this is the extent of my memories. The Lord's entire being trembled, and he muttered, while dragon goddess Yao and primordial phoenix Feng Yuming are renowned figures, the eater of stars, on the other hand, was shrouded in mysteries. Besides the 9 divine supremes and the immortal monarch himself, nobody knew her real name. I no longer have any doubt about your identity. The Lord lowered his body until even his forehead was kissing the ground. Immortal monarch, ruler of the 9 divine supremes and savior of 100 bloodlines, this lowly one welcomes you home. He exclaimed in profound reverence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1481 Tantrum. Chapter 1481 Tantrum 1481 Tantrum Immortal Monarch. Who is that? Yuning raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner, as she had never heard of this individual before. Since the immortal monarch came into existence way after the heavenly war of immortals and gods, there was simply no way for those within the shadow realm to know of him. Despite the occasional tales of the divine heaven splitting into the 9 heavens being told by those who ventured into the shadow realm throughout the years, the immortal monarch's name never found its way into these discussions, leaving a void of knowledge in the shadow realm. With that being said, there were names that Yuan uttered that sounded familiar to Yuning. Dragon goddess Yao, primordial phoenix, and even the eater of stars? Weren't they godlike entities revered as the pinnacle of the beast race? Even in her era, these names were tantamount to deities beyond human comprehension, especially the eater of stars, who was viewed as a calamity or god of destruction. Yuan is the reincarnation of this immortal monarch who ruled over such powerful entities. Heavens. This explains why his entire existence is so heaven-defying. Yuning clenched her fists from excitement at the realization that she had been picked up by such a powerful individual. Please, stand up. Yuan beckoned the Lord. Yes. The Lord immediately stood up, but his head remained lowered, staring at the ground. There's no need to act in such a manner, Lord. I may be the immortal monarch, but you're still this world's savior. If anything, I should be the one lowering my head to you. Please don't do that, Your Majesty. Only if you stop calling me that, but you're the Emperor of Beasts, that was before my death. I am merely Yuan now, a human living on Earth. Just address me as that. If you say so, Yuan. Despite being accustomed to addressing him as such, it now felt profoundly uncomfortable for the Lord, knowing Yuan's true identity as the immortal monarch. If you don't mind me asking, how did you perish as the immortal monarch? And what happened to the 9 divine supremes? The Lord suddenly asked. Yuan shook his head and said, Unfortunately, I do not know. The Lord fell silent with a pondering expression on his face. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a grim tone. The destruction of the divine heaven and the immortal monarch's disappearance coincided. This cannot be a mere coincidence. I am convinced the immortal monarch played a role in it, which led to his demise. Upon hearing this, Yuan responded, Actually, though I am uncertain of the whereabouts of all the 9 divine supremes, I can confirm the location of dragon goddess Yao. In fact, she is with me at this very moment. What? Where is she? The Lord's entire body tensed up after learning of this shocking information. Yuan retrieved the dragon's soul and showed it to him. She's in here, her soul, at least. What? The Lord stared at the dragon's soul with a dazed face. To reduce dragon goddess Yao, who was the strongest among the 9 divine supremes, to such a state, what unfathomable events could have led to such a tragedy? He muttered in a trembling voice. You can ask her, but she will not respond no matter how many times I try to speak with her, Yuan shrugged. That usually happens when you upset her in some way. The Lord explained. Huh? I don't remember doing anything that could upset her. But to think her reason for not responding was due to a tantrum. I guess she can be quite childish, too. Yuan chuckled. However, the Lord did not find his words funny. In fact, he wore a terrified expression on his face and even distanced himself. The very next moment, the dragon's soul in Yuan's grasp suddenly began to tremble violently, and an unfathomably powerful pressure that threatened every existence on Earth appeared. This sudden turn of events shocked Yuan, who quickly exclaimed, What's happening? Why you angered the dragon goddess by calling her childish? The Lord responded in a screaming voice. What? Yuan exclaimed. He immediately turned to look at the dragon's soul with a bittersweet smile and apologized, I'm sorry, dragon goddess Yao, for calling you childish. Yet, the dragon's soul began trembling even more viciously for some reason. Even though I apologized. Although dragon goddess Yao did not utter a single word, the Lord could somehow understand the reason for her frustration, but he wasn't sure whether he should reveal this information to Yuan, fearing it would anger her even further. Yet, if he remained silent, the earth would be imperiled, facing the looming threat of destruction. Why Yuan, just as the Lord parted his lips to speak, he felt a sharp aura materialize before his throat. It was dragon goddess Yu's silent command to maintain silence, and he complied without hesitation. I'm sorry, but you'll have to figure this out on your own, the Lord sighed inwardly. Dragon goddess Yao, why can't you just tell me what's bothering you? I'm sure you know this already, but I do not have all of my memories as the immortal monarch, so I cannot respond to you the way you probably want me to. Surprisingly, the dragon's soul began to calm down. Seeing this, Yuan quickly continued, I am sorry, but I will definitely make it up to you when I remember. The dragon's soul stopped shaking, and the terrorizing pressure also disappeared. Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed inwardly, she's more handful than what I currently remember. Sometime later, Yuan said to the Lord, Anyway, I will activate the formation once I warn the others. Of course, I won't restrict you or Leah's cultivation base. I will support your decision no matter what you want to do. Then I'll return once I replenish G. Ran's cultivation base. Yuan recalled the starry abyss and descended down the mountain, returning to the mansion shortly after. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.